I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today's Wasteful Wednesday. We have our solutions for jobs and renewable energy solutions like our American Solar Rooftop Revolution. And we have a great idea for people getting regular $15 an hour jobs, fixing up houses, making them look like this, renovating houses that are in need. That's what I'm going to infuse into our government plan to build jobs, where the Republicans have no solutions to this automation crisis, where jobs are going to automation. We're seeing people lose their jobs. They say close to 80% of Americans earning $20,000 right now will be out of a job in about 10 years. Seriously. Automation's taking over the low-end jobs. You might still get jobs cleaning houses, but then again, there might be a robot that'll clean motels for you. I don't know. But there are some jobs still at that $20,000 range, but the people who are making $80,000 or more, 35% of you are going to lose your jobs by 2030. That's a significant number. Even lawyers will be finding it hard to get work because you'll be able to contact an AI computer system and they'll be able to write briefs and set up your court case asking you key questions. So you're going to see lawyers without a job pretty soon. All right, so creating new jobs is central to what America's Third Party is about, and it's how we're going to help prevent you guys from running out of money. But we also are the founders of the Basic Income Plan, and that plan was put out in our book, Hybrid Capitalism. It's called the Baseline Plus Plan, and we actually are offering $400 a month for Americans to have money that they could use in the event these citizens need it. Now, if you're already getting money like disability and Social Security, it does not apply to you. Some of you who will want more money, maybe you'll be able to have more money earned from a job. I'd like to lift the ceiling on people who are working and have disability. Some people who have disability would love to be able to work and make more money, and they can't make a certain amount, otherwise they lose their disability. So I want to make sure they have that. That's one way we're going to get more cash for the American people. But yeah, let's take a look at the news right now. The snooze. Michael Avenatti has been arrested. Yeah. And he did it in the worst place in the world to get arrested, apparently. Well, domestic violence of any kind, charges like this are a guaranteed lockup in the slammer in Los Angeles. And California has a strict rule that if they go to your house and your wife is complaining about being hit, they automatically arrest you. They're not declining over here. We're actually seeing big censorship going on right now. Yeah, we have been censored on this network for some time. All right. So don't think the viewership is dropping. It's strictly due to censorship. Trust me. That's right. He's the guy that's been doing it. But that's about all I can tell you. I mean, we have no specifics right now, but I have some inside information that was sent to me. I cannot corroborate it, but there's going to be some sort of a activity against the censorship. That's what I heard. All right, so Michael Avenatti is on record speaking about this, and what the weird thing about this guy, who's claims he's running for president, made $470,000 from a crowd-funded source, which is very suspicious. You can't do that when you're running for president. Stormy Daniels never paid the guy. Okay, I don't know the answer to the question, Vittorio. All right, we're looking now at his statement. Now, he walked out of that. Apparently a woman was, and he had a big argument. Arrest occurred after confrontation. Okay, Mr. Avenatti kicked the woman out of the apartment Tuesday, and that's when the alleged domestic violence occurred. The woman then went back Wednesday, today, to retrieve her belongings, but had the police on standby in case anything went badly. And she said, we're told during today's confrontation, the woman ran out of the apartment building and was on the sidewalk on her cell phone with sunglasses covering her eyes, screaming on the phone, "I can't believe you did this to me." Mr. Avenatti physically showed up 5 minutes later and was running after the woman, yelling at her, saying, "She hit me first. This is BS. This is effing BS." Okay. Now, why an attorney would scream out, best to remain silent, right? He screams out saying, "She hit me first." Well, that doesn't go well. You can't hit a woman. It's not considered appropriate. And even if he calls it self-defense, he can't prove that. So he ostensibly admitted that he hit her. So, I mean, this guy shouldn't be representing anybody if this is what he does in his own personal life. Yeah, no man should hit a woman, by the way. I was taught at a young age to never hit a woman by my father, and I've never hit a woman. And I think it's pretty serious when you guys think it's okay to hit a woman after they hit you. You'll go to jail for that. And law basically caters to women in this regard. I mean, I don't care where you go. This is how it is. Well, if you're going to hit a woman back, you're going to get the penalty. But if you have a strict law to never hit a woman, you'll be better off. That's my opinion. Take it or leave it. It would have saved Michael Avenatti the hassle of going through this now. Now, he could get up to a year in jail for domestic violence in LA. Yeah, that means that his career as a presidential candidate funded by crowd-funded sources, which is illegal, will kind of be nipped in the bud with him doing this and then doing a Class C felony of getting money from crowd-funded sources to run for president. So this guy may just be in jail up until the 2020 election. We won't have to worry about him. Other stories. Kevin McCarthy making the news. Now he's the minority leader of the Republicans, are now the minority in the House. So he's going to be the Republican minority leader, which is kind of a good thing for him. He was kind of slated to be the Speaker of the House, so it may still happen for him, even though he's a Republican. You never know. But then again, Nancy Pelosi runs the show over there at the House, so she'll probably choose somebody of her own making for Speaker. We know that Paul Ryan wants out, and he's leaving. Okay. Now, there is a thing called self-defense. Now, if a woman's trying to kill you, that's a different story. All right. Okay.
A long, long.
You know, you're going to have to not post that anymore. I'm going to go ahead and mute you so you get a realization of what's going on. You can't post irrelevant links in the show because it takes me off my game. Yeah, and you've given me 2 already links to Bye Bye American Pie, which we played the whole song. It was great, but it's no longer relevant. This guy. Unreal. So he's going to be the minority leader, Kevin McCarthy. He is the one guy, by the way, the one Republican that openly said, and it's a recorded statement, that there's 2 people that Russia controls in politics: Donald Trump and Dana Rohrabacher, the former California representative. Yeah, he's on record saying that, so he's kind of an interesting Republican. We'll keep an eye on Kevin McCarthy. Yeah, this was the Bye Bye American Pie song that we went over the details in. If you want to get an understanding of Bye Bye American Pie, check out that link. Yeah, Dana Rohrabacher and Donald Trump were Russian assets, and still are. But Dana can't do much, being he's out of office now. Speaking of Russian supporters and Russian assets, their newest enforcer is really an amazing person. He's standing in the way of the Russian investigation. He's taken the post of Attorney General. Matthew Whitaker is now kind of tied. He can't do anything. They're saying he was involved in a $26 million scam against people with patents when he was involved with a company that was involved scamming people with patents. He's already on record saying that the whole collusion thing, Russian collusion thing, isn't real. What kind of an attorney general would go against the FBI and the CIA and the Senate Investigation Committee? What kind of an attorney general would do that? A man working for the Russians. Now, I don't have a need to pay anything because I don't meet the quota. You have to meet a certain quota to do that in income. I retired 8 years ago, and I haven't made any money per se, except for just a little bit. Yeah, hardly enough to even sneeze about. In fact, if I did that, I'd probably get an earned income tax credit. No, we can't talk about your love of Nina Hartley, Raz Nation. I'm so sorry. Your fixation with a porno actress and your need for a mother fixation has not really helped you. Either have a relationship with an older woman or just stop fantasizing about it. Poor guy. He just sees himself. Work as a gardener. I'm sure you'll be able to hook up with an older woman. I know. She's only 59, but still. All right. The GOP's cozy with authoritarian, bloodthirsty regimes like Vladimir Putin because they like that. They like people who like money like Putin. Putin has over $200 billion. That makes him buyable, like Donald Trump. Anyway, Matthew Whitaker, I think, is working for the Russians. I really do. It doesn't surprise me that he took over the AG role. Yeah. And being already on the take with that company that took $26 million from people seeking patents, that makes this guy a potential liability. I think he's a Russian asset, yes. All right, moving on. Terrible fire in California. Terrible fire in California. It's the real reason for the California fires, though, is something we should address. Misanthropy brought this to our attention. It turns out the coastline fires are matching the exact formation of a rail line that they proposed. And they don't want to have the properties rezoned as something or taken away with eminent domain. They're trying to take them over by just burning them out. You're wondering what eminent domain is. Okay, it's the right of the government to seize private property for public use. Anyway, they don't need to do that when they just burn them to a crisp. Yeah, that solves that problem. So they'll have plenty of land, they can build their rail line and profit. Yeah, that's what they want to do. That's what the Democrats and the corporations want to do. Breaking. No, I don't think that's a funny thing. Ivanka? Is Ivanka daddy? Please? What? Is that your new name? Avenatti he didn't kill himself, really? Let's go to Fox News right away. FoxNews.com. Let's find out. Yeah, I don't believe you. Then why own anything? You don't really own anything. You can't really go anywhere and say you own anything in this world. The government owns your property. No, he has not killed himself. You made that story up. Yeah. He's been arrested on domestic violence charges. But, it's not exactly a pleasant place where he is. Hopefully he took some of that money and bought one of those cush cells in El Segundo. You can pay extra money to, go to a cell that nobody's in, except for one guy going, I can't believe they caught me with wire fraud, or something like that, Ivanka looks very beautiful. She spent a lot of money on her looks, so don't criticize her. Fox News host defends CNN reporter. Uh-oh, Raz Nation has a story. This is not uncommon for this newscaster to side with anybody. He's the openly homosexual newscaster on Fox.
Since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You are attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state,
Quiet.
Mr. President-elect,
go ahead.
Can you state
She's asking
categorically,
a question.
Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be
You're
rude.
attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
Welcome back. Well, that is the U.S. President-elect going after our senior White House correspondent Jim Acosta and this network at his first news conference in months. Donald Trump's spokesman, Sean Spicer, later called Jim's behavior disrespectful.
No one needs to be treated with that level of disrespect and rudeness. I think Mr. Acosta owes the president-elect and, frankly, the entire press corps an apology for his childish and inappropriate behavior.
Well, Trump spoke for about 45 minutes. He talked about Russia and his plans for a border wall, but it was his attack on the media that got a lot of attention, even from an unexpected supporter.
President-elect Trump today told CNN's Jim Acosta that his organization amounts to fake news. CNN's exclusive reporting on the Russian matter was separate and distinctly different from the document dump executed by an online news property. Though we at Fox News cannot confirm CNN's report, it is our observation that its correspondents follow journalistic standards and that neither they nor any other journalists should be subjected to belittling and delegitimizing by the President-elect of the United States.
Outstanding. I really like the fact that Shepard Smith said that. That's great. Awesome. And he's standing up for what is right and what we need to always look at. The media is right to question, and what Jim Acosta said was everything we are thinking in America. What about the indictments in Michael Cohen and Avenatti? We want answers as to why you chose these people that were working with Russian oligarchs and taking money for access, pay for play. We want answers. We didn't get anything from Donald Trump, so instead he shoots the messenger, fires the messenger. Jim Acosta can't do any more press corps meetings anymore. He's been fired from that capacity. Yeah, so I stand behind Shepard Smith on that one. All right, White House reassigns senior official after clash with Melania. Apparently Melania has control over foreign policy and national security. That's right. Melania is now calling our shots on national security. She's fired a national security assistant. Just didn't like her, I guess. So, Donald, we don't want that woman saying anything that might question you, Melania. So now Melania is handling our national security. You see where this is going? And are we really sure she's not working for Russia in that she is, very, very short? She was recently a U.S. citizen. I mean, seriously. Calling out our national security advisors. That's ridiculous. Video shows group climbing a border fence. This is great. Thank you for the link. You know, this border fence that Trump decided to put in is a piece of crap. I can't believe that he would spend money on something where you could pry open bars. That's crazy.
Private contractors were hired by Customs and Border Protection to fortify the top of the fence with concertina wire. The wires meant to keep people from scaling this part of the border fence between Mexico and the U.S. Earlier in the day, dozens of people gathered on the south side. Some climbed the barrier and sat on it. Others walked the structure while Border Patrol agents kept an eye on the crowd.
I was very surprised how many people were here, how many different officials were here, and just the capacity of the event. I mean, it seems like there's something going on that's not normal to have this many resources tied up, all these vehicles. We saw a special armored car coming down the road, and it just seemed a little bit more than just an average day.
Greg Boulder was on the north side of the fence visiting the area from Arizona. He got to see quite a show, like this man dressed in red and white jumping onto U.S. soil. That person and others who did come across ran back when Border Patrol agents approached.
We need this to be resolved. It's costing both countries a lot of money.
The Border Patrol watched from the air, on vehicles, and even on horseback. Police in Tijuana also kept an eye on the crowd. It's not known for certain who these people are. The Border Patrol said it believes some could be from that caravan that has been making its way through Mexico from Honduras.
These people have been on the road for so long and they've seen...
Dave, have you seen the trucks with the microwave death ray on it? Yes, we actually featured it. That's the active denial system, Scantron. Yeah, the wall is a joke. Can you believe that? It's got slats in it. You can pry them open. You can climb them. Meanwhile, a mile away, hundreds are crossing while they're focusing on this wall, right? And they didn't even have the wherewithal to grease the wall, you know? You got to grease those things. Spray them down with oil. You can't just put that up. Oh, yeah. Anyway, the container fence is still a viable solution to covering the entire distance that Trump won't be able to cover because he's completely incompetent. Even choosing the wall, oh, we have a very good wall. It'll be very, very safe, very secure. I don't think so, Trump. I think they're laughing at you. I'm laughing at you. We're all laughing at Trump. Even the robot back there is laughing. But no, seriously. I'm just sick and tired of this guy making bad decisions. You know, takes my idea, a 1,000-mile fence, blows it. Now, we can put a 1,000-mile fence together for $1 billion using containers. We talked about stacking these things side by side, too high, put rolled barbed wire on the top, and grease down the sides. All right. Yep, I mean, not just grease. We're talking material that you can't possibly stick anything on. Once it sprays on the side, it's like forever slick and forever impossible to grab. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oil? Not quite. Hydrophobic material, which will make everything bounce right off, including water. Like Teflon, yeah. We can spray this hydrophobic material on. You know, they make, you can buy it on eBay. They make it for flies, for fly fishermen. When they go fly fishing, they use this hydrophobic material so that your flies don't break down. But you can put this, a large quantity on the sides of these things. It'll be forever slick. Yeah. Well, you'd think people would think about this when they're putting up a fence. And now that they can climb these things, it's proven to be a huge waste of money. So already Donald Trump has allocated $145 million, roughly $4,600 a linear foot for a 6-mile fence. I mean, it's ridiculous. $4,500 for a space this big. You could put a kitchen in your house for 1 foot of this stupid fence. I hear you. We have a lot of people in our show down there. iVlog has some people camming up. During my show, they'll cam up. When I'm out, we pull the cams down. But we got Raz Nation. We've got Robusculi. and Raz Nation and Frog Dog. And Raz Nation is Robuscules is listening to some pretty intense music. So we love the fact that you guys can interact in our show. That's kind of cool. Yeah, they'll dig into the pole or the pole vault over. Yeah. No, they can't. Each one of these canisters, each one of these containers acts as a diaphragm. And we're going to be installing sound detectors in each one of these. Motion detectors and sound detectors. So we'll be actually listening in to the ground underneath. So anybody digging, like even chopping sounds 20 feet down, will be picked up. And if we don't catch you there, we'll be going after X-rays. Behind this unit, we're going to put a paved road in and run an unmanned vehicle with an X-ray system along the sides. Because truly, there are a lot of holes dug underneath areas like Nogales, New Mexico. There have been over 160 tunnels dug down there. But the best part about this container fence idea is we can actually turn these into tiny homes. Inside each one, facing the south, could be an area to warehouse 20 people in each one. We'll put bunk bed cots in that are, we'll buy large amounts of bunk bed cots, and we'll have these things created to provide housing, both layers, for up to 500,000 people. Bigger than any type of housing facility right now. Right now, we're spending $1 billion to give 1,200 kids a place to stay at the border. And they don't even have fingerprinting done on these kids. 2,400 kids are missing right now. Trump has lost the children. And they get $1,200 to do that with the kids and give them Mylar blankets and zip ties. Yeah, he lost them. Trump has ostensibly lost 2,400 kids. That's a huge story. You'd think the Democrats would be pushing that out there. I'm afraid, Ivanka, Daddy, please, you're no longer allowed in the show. We don't allow violence in our show. I'm so sorry you lost your count. David, have you seen the private company that built a Tesla coil at a farm town? Yeah, they call that AT&T. Yeah, they're building Tesla coils all over the country. Wrapped Tesla coils, AT&T's been building them. They're called the 5G network. But you're talking about a farm town with a Tesla coil. Okay, that's a separate subject, but the 5G network is ostensibly a Tesla operation. They could easily power it up with microwaves if they had to. I'm not hiding. I'm right here. You've got a Tesla coil in your pants. Well, I'll be darned. Watch out for this shocking realization that it's not exactly what you think. Yeah, your ego is bigger than your own reality there. You created 12 systems of war. So Robuscules is in here creating 12 systems of war. Wow. No wonder you spent all your time on the phone. I know. It is, considering I don't talk about my large penis. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to say that. Yeah. Daily Mail. What do you got? Kellyanne Conway's husband gets serious about the anti-Trumpism as he co-founds a new group of conservative lawyers to defend truth and rule of law. Wow. You know, Kellyanne Conway's husband is very outspoken. He's the only guy that's gone against Trump. And now he's creating an anti-Trump conservative lawyers group. Wow. Yeah, he really doesn't like Trump. I guess she's handling a very delicate situation. She's got, what, 4 kids? And him sitting at home going, honey, I just know you're messing around on me. I just know it. Don't tell me, no. So he creates his own anti-Trump group. You gotta admit, he is definitely he's a guy with some serious cojones, you know? You know that? Okay. Britney Spears' sons, Sean Preston and Jaden James, are nearly taller than her in a family picture. Wow. You look at these things and you see these other pictures and it's like, whoa, I want to check that out. Here it is, Britney Spears. Yeah. Well, I guess it sidetracked me on the news. Yeah. Back to you in the studio. Kellyanne's husband really is a guy who's got some serious kahunas, I'll tell you. For a guy who's kind of unassuming, he sure wears the pants in that family, I'll tell you. You know? One crack over your mind, sweet. Sorry. Let's go over here. White House reassigned senior official after clash with Melania. Yeah, I'm sure Trump must have installed one of the Russian ambassadors to handle our national security. I wonder who they chose to replace this woman who Melania kicked out. This woman does not seem to have that I'm a friendly person. I want to be a part of your team, Donald. Look. Yeah, there she is. Right there. Mira Riccardi, pictured here with President Donald Trump, has been accused of contributing to tension at the National Security Council, along with her boss, John Bolton. So, we knew John Bolton was going to be a problem. I know. Britney Spears is just a side note. I agree. White House dumps senior official after clash with Melania. I wonder who replaced her. Maybe one of Mr. Vladimir Putin's staff could work for her, considering Donald Trump is Putin's go-boy now. Yes, Mr. Putin has total control over America. It is a great day for Russia insofar as they took control when they owned this clown named Donald Trump. In Russia, the social media says Trump nash, which means Trump is ours. We control him. You think Russia hacked your computer? Well, I don't want Russia hacking our country. I'm an American, and I can tell you this disturbs me. Clownish behavior from a president. We take ourselves seriously, kind of like you chatters who come in on Cam Up every night with a bottle of Jack Daniels or Yukon Jack. We know you take this show seriously. You're not drinking tonight? Are you on the wagon now? Oh, there it is. Fireball. Ready to go. Great balls of action. Yeah, I don't want to encourage this, but this is his choice. It's free will. Yeah, there it is. Bush Ice is you kind of follow with little Bush Ice. And I'm sure some of you are experiencing other things that are expanding your mind, like Robuscules is writing many versions of war. He's developing many analysis of 12 systems of war he's working on. Are you sure that's not the 12-step program? War Anonymous? Alcoholics Anonymous? Oh, look at that. An empty bottle. Well, that's going to change pretty fast. Be happy. Good for you, man. Well, you guys can hang out all you want as long as Sarah's not in, then I have to pull you out. Then you can come all back in when I come back. Grumio says if they control Trump, then Trump is incompetent because he's not making his decisions. Make up your mind, David. Grumio, you are so lost. You remind me of a guy named Melko. Yeah. Bye. Y'all come back now, you hear? Well, you're pouring your liquor now. I didn't want to put that on camera. I don't want to encourage people to drink in our show. I know a lot of you are. It's what you enjoy doing. That's okay. Free will and all that, but... So the White House is dumping a national security advisor for an unnamed person. We're not really sure who's going to be filling the role. It doesn't really say. The First Lady and her team had been privately pushing for Ricardo's ouster for weeks before deciding to go public. Now, Ricardo's strongest defender is Bolton. He was in Singapore when they took him out. So Donald Trump took on Bolton because I think they wanted a strong stance, the Republicans did overseas, but Bolton is the guy who wants war. He wants us to kick some serious ass. He wants us to drop bombs all over the world. He started the Iraq War. He was one of the key instigators to the Iraq War. So John Bolton's number one woman is going to be a tough cookie. You know, Melania didn't like her. So she got fired. Hi, Sarah.
Hello, David.
Well, Melania was threatened, I guess, so she just got rid of the woman from the White House. Yeah, I'm thinking that we're going to the big story for Sarah to hear. Michael Avenatti has been kicked out of. He's been arrested. Michael Avenatti's been arrested for domestic violence against a woman, and he's on record saying that she hit him first. So, what kind of an attorney would admit that? What kind of an attorney would run out and say she hit him first? For one, you can't hit a woman. It's like totally illegal.
You can't hit a person.
A person.
I mean,
yeah.
period. If somebody hits you, then file charges against them for assault. Actually, file charges against them for battery if someone hits you.
Okay, Robuscules, I'm going to ask you to not talk about how you're planning on blowing people up. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that in our show.
If you're playing some video game, this isn't the chat room of your video game. It's probably somewhere else, so just so you know.
Yeah. There's no witness to him being hit, so he's really wasting his time. I just can't believe an attorney would say that. He tacitly admitted to hitting her when he said that she hit me first.
Yeah, that means I hit her.
It's like, why would he say that?
And they're both in the wrong.
I know.
I mean, she should be in the wrong too, but the fact is he hit her, period.
No, you never played Sarah any games. You're making that up. Okay. Well, if you think it's okay to hit a woman, I have a rule I live by: never ever hit a woman. It'll save you a lot of hassles in California, I assure you. The border fence is a joke.
It is 6 miles long, $145 million.
Yeah. And they were climbing over it in a clip I just played.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Scissor5 brought that clip in. There it is.
Wow.
There they are, at the beach, climbing over the fence. Good choice.
Oh, right, because they can get their feet in the little wedges and wedge their way up.
Right. Yeah. See how they're doing it? They put rocks in between the wedges.
Oh.
You give people an inch, they take a mile. I said that putting a slat fence in is the stupidest thing ever that Donald Trump approved. They can put rocks in the slats and go up the rocks. That's how they did it. So you look at the fence right there in between the two fences. You jam a rock in there, you got step number 1. You jam another rock in the next one, you got step number 2. It's that simple. Well, that's not the kind of fence we need, that's for sure. And that's why I've been pitching the container fence and grease up the sides. It'd be a lot better. And put barbed wire on the top.
Hydrophobic material or something.
Yeah. That's what I was suggesting earlier. Sarah's going to take over. I'm going to make some dinner. I will be back. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Oh, the Border Patrol wants a see-through fence? That's what the thing is? Oh, give me a break. They claim it works the best. Oh, give me a break. No wonder they're doing that, because if that's what the Border Patrol is, because they don't want to look at a wall all day. You want a plate of David's whatever for later? Plate of David's food for later. All right. A little bit of Valley Girl, I suppose I speak, because I grew up kind of near the valley. Kind of near the valley, I guess. Yeah. Can we get wild? You can get wild. As wild as you want to get. Okay, have fun. Valley Girls speak statements that sound like questions. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I think it's not just a Valley Girl thing. It's more of a It's a female trait, like I've been trying to tell you. I have heard of a trebuchet. Trebuchet or trebuchet. I always say you, but I think it's ooh. Anyway, yes, I have. I'm thinking it's like a catapult, but I'm going to double check myself because I might be wrong. It's like a, yeah, I'm right. Yay! It's an old-fashioned catapult used in the, like, it uses a swinging time. It's a French, comes from the French. It's a type of catapult. Uses a swinging arm to throw a projectile. It's sometimes called a mangonel. It first appeared in ancient China during the 4th century. What is LOTR? Berenstein Bear. Oh, you would use a trebuchet? Yes, that's true. If you have a wall, you could totally use a trebuchet on it. Yeah, I know. That's true, Howie. Actually, we've already talked about that. But could you do it over a... That's the whole point of David's... his container walls, because then they're certain width as well. I know, 226. I just don't know why they want to... Yeah, okay. Anyway. Bulletproof glass. Okay, one is down in San Diego. They use 2 fences, and one is see-through because people can hide. What is the other one not see-through? Thank you. You're right. 226. Okay. I guess I'll double check the news. David already went through some of it though. Haha. Fox is actually joining with CNN on something. Press access to the White House. Trump is supporting a criminal justice reform bill that will give ex-inmates a second chance at life. Okay. Really? We need to do that? Okay, whatever. They say the Justice Department's legal defense of Matthew Whitaker's appointment is downright laughable. And the first refugees of the Central American exodus are arriving at the border. Yeah. I know you weren't saying that, Ticken. I know you were talking about the criminals. That Trump wants to give them a second chance, but doesn't want to give the refugees a single chance. should look at that fire. I used to have a fire website that would show me all the different fires. Israeli Defense Minister Lieberman has resigned over the Gaza ceasefire. The Gaza ceasefire is holding, though. Israel's government may collapse. Hello, 381. Pixel 3 has a night sight camera. That's pretty cool. Okay. Oh. And astronomers have discovered a super Earth 6 light years away. A frozen super Earth has been discovered. And beneath Greenland's ice sheet, they've found a huge meteorite impact crater. Oh, they might not have, the ocean might not be warming as fast as they said. Well, what time is he planning? Is he planning to do it during our cooking time? I don't mind doing that during the cooking time. Thanks, Samab. It's okay. We like spending time with you. NASA learns more about the interstellar visitor Oumuamua. Yeah, you think? A low-carb diet might be best for weight loss, according to one of the studies. And Neanderthals are just as violent, or no less violent, or no more violent than humans, current-day humans. Wait, is antique the same as Anne Freak? Oh, you're a deviant homosexual, so David doesn't like spending time with you. Or he just doesn't like deviant homosexuals. But you don't. But you're a female, so you haven't had any, like, sexual advances toward David, so. So yeah, I'm going to show you guys this. They say Oumuamua scientists have discovered vents on the surface of Oumuamua, this asteroid, which gives it its kind of spinning like features. Some of people thought it was like, oh, it must be from an intelligent source, something like that. Still could be. Yeah. It might be. It's from phys.org, so maybe it is a thesis statement. There was another one that was on the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. NASA learns more about the interstellar visitor Oumuamua. Oumuamua was too faint for Spitzer to detect. The infrared Spitzer space telescope, they pointed it toward it like a year ago. I know you've talked about the moat for years. Have we now taken? We've been over this. Expelled gas out of the asteroid acted like a small thruster gently pushing the object. So it's probably composed of frozen gases similar to a comet. All right. Oh, thank you, Mad Dog 1968, for saying hi to everyone. Always makes everybody feel welcome, and it's a kind thing to do. Like, what is that? You reward yourself with a bong hit if you can perform some kind of troll move? Is that what it is? Bizarre. Yeah, that's a good idea. A brand new Panama Canal, but it would be called the America Canal. No, the Mexican Canal? Yeah, I'll never do drugs, don't worry. I'll stay pure. I don't think you realize how long the border is between North America and between the United States and Mexico. It's long. Very long. I don't think anybody realizes that. That's why they're paying $145 million for a 6-mile wall. It's not 6 miles, people. It's like, man, it's a lot longer than that. The border canal, 2,368 miles. That would be a very long canal. Okay. I'm so not into sports. I look at sports and I just have to scroll past it. I do want to look at the we were looking, insaweb.nwcg.gov. That's a way to display wildfires by For some people, sports are fun to play and to watch. For me, not so much. I think that they finally got the fire out on the peninsula near where I live. But we've got fires going still in Oregon and in northern California. They're doing some prescribed fires up in Shasta, Trinity. Yes, I have heard him say that too, 247. He wants a border fence, but he wants it made out of cargo shipping containers. So there's a couple Alder, Mountaineer, and Moses Fire. Wait, did they are they claiming that they put out the other fires that are down south? Maybe. They're doing some prescribed burning. I think those are prescription burns over in Arizona. And Colorado. So this is up in near Sacramento. Okay. Campfire. Thanks for sharing, Howie. 138,000 acres. It's only 35% contained as of a minute ago. 138,000 acres. Near Chico? Like Oroville? Past Redding. Okay, and then there's this fire. Mendocino. 400 nearly. That's 100% contained. It was about a week ago, but it burned 459,000 acres. Wow. And the Delta fire they put out, but it would be for it burned 63,000 acres. The Mendocino one really took out a lot. Wow. Yeah, that's true. There was also some show on Netflix about like it had some interesting fencing happening there. Oh, what was it? It's like it wasn't Lost, it was oh God. It's something with a camera. No, it wasn't The Dome. I can't remember the name of it now. But it was like these people were all kidnapped and then they were held in this like little village and they had Chinese food and anyways. I never mind. I don't remember. Yet I think David wants to, what, ironically, 247, yes, I think he does think that, but at the same time, he wants to have some kind of energy beam or invisible fence along the southern border. I'd have to look at maybe I'll Google it. I'll have to look and search for it. At Netflix. There was some weird one on Netflix. Okay, if somebody searches my search history, they're gonna think I'm so weird. It wasn't compliance. No. Surveillance? No. Old boy? No. I can't remember the name of it. It's very weird. Maybe, let me see. Yes, that's it. Yeah, I think that is it. Persons unknown. Yep, that's it. No. I don't know how you found it so fast tonight. Thanks, Dr. Meow. Well, if you didn't type in the room, then I wouldn't see you. Yeah, it's it's a bizarre show. But anyway, in that show, they have what looks like a nothing fence. And then, like, it just looks like you can see it's invisible. But then they go and, like, they're totally zapped and all kinds of things happen and they can never leave their town. It's really crazy. Don't tell David that you're typing in the room. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Why not? Why would David not believe in Sasquatch? You believe in Sasquatch, right?
I believe that the possibility exists that the creature does. Yeah, sure. I won't go so far as to say that I have more than a 20% chance that there's Sasquatch.
About the same as many of your conspiracy theories?
No, I think I'm leaning more like 60% in favor of some conspiracy theories. I'm 100% convinced that chemtrails are happening.
And that Elvis is alive.
I'm 60% convinced that Elvis is alive. I'm 60% convinced that Michael Jackson is alive. But I'm 90% convinced that the government is actually running an alien agenda up where they pretend aliens exist. So those of you who are alien supporters, I guess, I mean, I kind of believe aliens exist, like 20%. Where are you at with aliens?
Well, I was getting my hopes up to about like 65% when they found this cool asteroid. But then they think it's just frozen and they have little cavities and it's frozen inside and then it has holes and it's outgassing when it gets close to the sun.
Oh, the little
so
asteroid.
It's not from artificial intelligence. So.
What about aliens on this planet? Do you think they exist? That they're walking among us?
I don't know.
50%, 20%. I'm 20%
20%.
Yeah,
20.
I've met people that say they're Martians. So I mean, the guy, I have to take his word for it. He said he was a Martian, and he looked legitimate.
I used to say I'm a Martian. A very, very large place. Will David do orange face? I don't think so. Purple face? Maybe. No, probably not. Oh, man. Well, the show that always used to freak me out was X-Files. That show really, like, freaked me out. I didn't want to go, like, take a shower, and I just didn't, I was just freaked out going outside at night. Haha. Anyway. How is that livable, Raz Nation? He says, Sarah, do you know the coldest livable village to current day gets down to minus 78 degrees? I don't know if I would call that livable. Good evening, Steve. Yeah. David Duchovny in Twin Peaks. That's strange. I watched Twin Peaks. I don't remember David Duchovny. No, I haven't heard of a cooking show called that. Yes, I have heard of that Twin Peaks bar, Ticken, because it was featured in Undercover Boss, I think. Got freaked out by the Twilight Zone and Time Tunnel. I haven't heard of Time Tunnel, but I'm sure it would freak me out. Okay. A bar, an eatery. Yeah, I guess they do call it an eatery. They mostly sell drinks, but I know you and your fancy schmancy terminologies. Eatery. Wait, what? Oh, there's a cat art museum in Japan. Pretty cool. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Preposterous conspiracies thrive because humans have a deep need to believe in myths and legends.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
That's cute, the cat singing. Ah, it's just too loud for me. Sorry. what if there was life that thrived off of cold? Like, I think life thrives off of heat, but what if it thrived off of cold? I don't know if there is any life where it's super cold. There's places where it's so cold that there's certain life does not live there. Like, for instance, if you want to get away from scorpions and tarantulas, you can move to the Antarctica. In the Game of Thrones, near the wall that thrives off of cold. Yeah, what if we can't detect life? No, I'm rocking myself. I don't need to. I'm just comforting myself and spinning in my chair. If I needed to, I would probably just sit still, really still. No, I did take showers, but I would be scared because my shower was kind of near my back door at the time. And anyway, it was kind of weird. I was in my... Anyway. I didn't quit on basic hygiene. I just was scared to do it, but I still did. Exactly. Thank you, Bernstein Bear. Making good use of one of those spinning chairs. Sitting still in one is a total waste. Yes, my hair is getting long again. I'll be cutting it by spring break, if not before. But I think I'm going to let it grow for the winter. Yeah, there is plenty of heat. There's stars all over the place. That's a good point. And then if you can find one life form, you could find more. Yeah. Other life forms existing as humans is a mathematical long shot. And humanoid form. There's so many different life forms here on Earth. Worms and crustaceans and plants. David is in the other room making dinner. He doesn't slow down. He doesn't stop. I just come into the room so he doesn't have to make dinner on camera every single night. He does that once a week. And I didn't get a pizza tonight. Trees form due to the environment. Think about all the different types of trees that are out there. There's lots of different trees. Well, usually it gets pretty windy in November, and usually we have a lot of tree branches that fall, and our tradition has been to take those tree branches and kind of stitch them together for we make our own Christmas tree out of branches. Amber's never really climbed a tree. We don't let her outside the house. Yeah, it's very environmentally friendly. It's even better than Charlie Brown. I mean, Charlie Brown brings in an actual tree. Ours are all made out of branches But we use like a tomato cage and then like string them together. Yeah, David has a YouTube video on about it somewhere. It does smell pretty good, yeah. Bringing that in. And then we have holly up here. We have a bunch of holly bushes that grow. So we bring a little bit of holly inside and do a little decorating. Thank you, monkey. And yeah, it works. And then I've already got my Christmas gifts bought. And I'm like, I don't really want anything for Christmas. Or do I? I don't know. The last couple of days, my neck has been fine during the day, but when I sleep, it's all tight. So I think I need to change my pillow, or I might need a new bed topper or something. Anyway, we talked about getting one last year, but I kind of like, why? I kind of shuffled the idea down, and now I put it off for a year. So maybe I'll get one. We'll see. They're male and female holly. Okay. Oh, yours doesn't make berries? I think I have a few. I didn't realize that there were some that were male and female. But I know, now that you say that, it makes sense, because there are some of ours that don't create berries, but then there are some that create lots of berries. So we must have both. What is this? Hover? Introducing a revolution in flight?
A revolution?
Oh god, it's just too loud. I just want to watch the video without the noise. Ooh, that's kind of cool. You probably want to see this. Yes, Sarah, show them what's on your screen. They don't just want to look at you. So it's a camera. It's called a Hover. Hover.ai. Wow. 4K, 12 megapixels. That's quite a camera. You're gonna get that one soon. You have the previous version. It can detect and move away from things. David would love that. Like, just follow him everywhere and videotape his life. Wow. It's pretty cool. Hover. I guess I'll have to find out how much that is.
Wow. Okay. Gotcha. I did it.
You're great, David. Thank you.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Why?
Well, I didn't do anything. Like, I didn't get a pizza or anything, but...
Oh, that's fine. I'm glad I make dinner on Wednesdays anyway. I have ground sirloin for you with some creamy ziti.
Okay.
With a shrimp creamy sauce and some scrumptious Brussels sprouts with butter, organic butter melted all over them.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
I will. That sounds delicious.
Should be good.
I'll slice some tomato on it.
Yeah, you could put anything you want, or even pesto sauce you could take from the refrigerator, because I know you like that.
I do love pesto sauce.
Yeah, Sarah's been enjoying the pesto sauce. That we get that at Costco. It's pretty good when it's on sale. Yeah, like this suit. I got this for 50 cents. It's a Pierre Balmain. It's a size 50, but it's 2 sizes too big. I called up and found out it would cost me some money to have it brought in. I'm debating whether I'm going to do that or I should just, keep it as a big suit. Yeah, 50 cents. I went to it was amazing. I went to a thrift store and it was, she said, yeah, everything over there is 50 cents. And I was looking at the suit and I was going, okay, why not? Yeah, somebody told me it costs over $1,000, this suit. So, but it's got to come in to she said it might even be complicated to take it in 2.5 inches. So I'm shooting for a 48 maybe. I like celery, and I think you should too. Stem celery shows great promise. Alterations are not that difficult. I know. I just don't know anyone who does it, and I don't trust the Navy shop downtown. It's like, yeah, we'll stem that in for a couple bucks. Yeah, sure. I'd rather pay somebody a little bit more money to. It's $1,000 suit, so I mean, come on. Kellyanne's husband's launching an anti-Trump group. I think that's so funny. How long do you think Kellyanne has left in her job? Now, there's got to be something she has on the president, like, was she doing any... Oh, no, not a call. Right in the middle of a conversation about Kellyanne. She is in charge of the opioid addiction problem in America, and I think she probably has consulted her opioid specialist. Okay, hang on. I got this. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. What's your question? Oh, yes. Who?
Okay.
No, that sounds like Jason. I don't do Jason. We don't take calls for him. David, did your parents fight in the other room while your brothers and sisters heard? It's very common for parents to fight in the other room while your brothers and sisters heard. That's actually a family trait in almost every family in America. Gee, is the sun bright? Is the sky blue? I mean, really. Eat a steak and it leaves your stomach as liquid, absorbing all the vitamins and minerals. Do you really think that eating a steak leaves your stomach as liquid, absorbing all the vitamins and minerals and fat and protein? So it leaves your stomach as in descends into your intestines as a liquid? Go ahead, caller. Yeah, Dave, I was wondering, where's Rodney? Well, he's not in. He never calls anymore. We don't know. We haven't heard from Rodney. Frankly, I'm a little worried. In a weird kind of, when you're stalked for so many years, you think, well, gee, why isn't the guy calling anymore? Water is water, especially when you filter it. Filter it like 15 times, and I guarantee you'll be drinking water. Track shops. So what are we looking at? Waste? Ricochet? Oh yeah, we've got a link to I believe, were we looking at this with Sarah? Yeah, it's a drone you can buy. This is pretty cool. Meow TV sent this.
Robotics introduced the Hover Camera Passport, the first flying camera of its kind. It won numerous design awards, led to a worldwide partnership with Apple Retail, and touched the lives of thousands. Now, after 2 years of research and development, from the lab to the sky, we're proud to present the next generation, Hover 2, the drone that flies itself.
Yeah.
Hover 2 is the most intelligent, most complete flying camera the world has ever seen. with 4K video, 12 megapixel photos, and a smooth, super compact gimbal. Hover 2 lets you capture the natural world and your place in it.
Well, I'm captured already. This is too good to be true. I'm blown away. Thank you, Meow TV, if you're still here. Yeah, corn is not good in general. It makes you fat and ill. Tell that to an entire country of Mexico. I think a lot of people would take offense to that, sir. Corn is a basic food item in Mexico. Uh-oh, we got a guy loose in our area. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm watching. I'm careful.
Arkansas 787 Tom.
Okie dokie.
Triple, I got a white female just got out. She's walking southbound off the steel. You good?
I'm good. You good?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm bringing in a sheriff's encounter video. I'm not sure I'm going to play it. Hey, we'll get back to this one a little later because I don't want to, droll you with the drone here. Yeah, we got our own drones. We can do drones anytime, any place. We got Mr. Drone right here taking films of me and sending them back to headquarters. Hey, how are you? I don't know. I'm not really tracking anything. This person did. A good guy with a gun comes to rescue police, kill him. I heard about that, yeah. Security guard. We just talked about it. Yeah, it happened. Where did it happen? Let's find out. Right outside of Manny's Blue Room Lounge. Security guard 26 was apprehending a shooter, but cops saw a black man with a gun and killed him. This is really sad. He was really gung-ho and doing his job and outside the Manny Blue Room Lounge in Robbins. Police fatally shot an armed security guard while responding to an early morning shooting at a suburban Chicago bar. They had held the guy down at the Chicago bar. The security guard on staff was actually training to be a police officer himself. He was shot and killed by the cops. That's just too bad. Friendly fire. That's what it is. People are, yeah, especially when you're dealing with police forces that are not really fully trained. So I'm trying to look at this video about a Washington County standoff here, but I didn't get to it. I'm going to pass on it right now. Why would he ever end the investigation? Mueller isn't done, former Trump campaign aide Gates says. Good. I'm glad Mueller is actually standing out and saying something. That's a sign he may not be 100% shill. Howie, a lot of people are angry at police. They say one bad encounter with a cop. It takes 5 good encounters to restore your faith in police officers. That's what the statistic says. Cops sometimes go out and take people out coffee trips and let them ride in their cars, Well, it takes 5 of those events to make up for, being manhandled, pistol whipped, and held down with a foot butt against your head. Gee, could I have 5 coffees in exchange for that, please? Robert Mueller isn't done with former Trump campaign aide Rick Gates. That's according to a new court filing from the special counsel's team. Prosecutors say they're not ready for Gates to be sentenced because he's continuing to cooperate with several ongoing investigations. And they're asking a federal judge to give him until mid-January before they have to give another update about his case. Well, Rick Gates is the guy that turned on Manafort and offered all that inside information that led to the 8 fraud charges and embezzlement charges. But I believe that there's a lot more there, and I think Manafort probably money laundered for Donald Trump, so I think we probably will see more from Mueller now. That's a first good sign I've seen in a while. I know a lot of you people have cop hatred. It's weird. It's like, if you've been in as many encounters with cops as I have, they're really nothing to hate. Just, you know, you feel sorry for the guys having to meet their quotas at your expense, yeah? Gee, I feel so sorry for you that you have to give me a ticket and meet your quota. Don't say that. That'll get you worse than a ticket. You can't talk back to these people because they're defeated at work. I mean, they're treated like slaves. Did you get the quota today? Well, no. Well, you know you got to bring in at least 2 or 3 tickets an hour to make a quota, dude. We get people in our area fired all the time from the state patrol because they don't meet their quota. Where is Linda Tripp? Yeah. Are you worried about Linda Tripp for some reason? Yeah. She was the handler for Monica Lewinsky. Well, the latest civil servant is her role. Civil servant. That's pretty funny. Yeah, where is she? That's a good... well, she's right here. Born in New Jersey. She's 68 years old. She looks pretty good for 68, huh? What do you say? There she is. She's got the new look. Are you planning on dating her or something? Hey, let me get you guys up and running over in iBlog. I'm sorry I haven't clicked you into gear. Yep, I'm up and running again. Thank you for coming in. I know. Well, I know Linda Tripp, Nina Hartley. I don't know. Comparing the two, they're both very beautiful. I know. I think you're really obsessed with this Nina Hartley, Raz. Please, I'm not worse than CNN. No, the truth about Donald Trump is very, very real. I think you have to understand that your fixation with Nina Hartley is a little bit overstated, I think. Here's Nina Hartley, the porn star. And here is Linda Tripp, the former handler for Monica Lewinsky, who turned evidence that changed Bill Clinton slightly. I don't know. Your choice. Apparently you are fixated on a mother image. I don't know what the deal is. He wants to date a mom porn star. Isn't that wild? That's pretty bizarre, dude. Dave, she looks like you with long hair. Do an overlap. No, I don't want to do an overlap of Nina Hartley and myself. Thanks. I'm a dude. Yeah, she's a woman. You people have a little gender identity crisis going on. Hey, this is Social Topic Wednesday, so we can talk about the LGBTQPA, whatever. Yeah, I don't support it. Over the years, I kind of soft pedaled the whole thing and said, you know, I think gays should do whatever they want. Consenting adults can do whatever they want in the comfort of their own sick world. But I am really at the point now where I really believe we need to shore this whole thing up against the Democrats who want to weaken our culture and somehow make us not replicate by all becoming homosexual, transgender, whatever. So I really want to stand up against the Democrats on this one. But I still support the rights of gays to do whatever they're going to do in the privacy of their own consenting adults in the privacy of their own sick world. David, I thought it was Wasteful Wednesday. Now you're talking Social Topic Wednesday. It's always been Social Topic Wednesday. It's always been Social Topic has been a throwaway, a wasteful subject time. Like we could talk about gun control or whatever here. I don't support gun control. Oh, yeah. Raz Nation's in. He wants to have his first relationship with Nina Hartley as his dream girlfriend. Now, that's not to say he hasn't had a girlfriend already. Just his dream girlfriend is Nina Hartley for some reason. Now, it wouldn't affect you that she was at a porn with other guys. That wouldn't affect your relationship. There he is, Raz Nation. So we can talk about mindless stuff like this. The incel movement, aquaponics. Let's talk about that. That's a nice concept. We could waste our time. Now, aquaponics uses waste from fish, and it helps to nourish the plants, and you can grow things out of koi ponds like I have. Scissorfight has a koi pond. Yeah. You are not allowed here. You have been decided by a jury of our own peers. David, I thought it was Wasteful Wednesday. Linda Tripp is looking for quick hookup booty calls on dating apps. I don't know. All I know is that a lot of people are really enjoying this older woman theme tonight, Akira. So I'm really not sure why, but maybe you find Ivanka very attractive. Well, she's a married woman. You'd be committing adultery. Jared would not like that.
Call from
Jesse.
to accept, press 1.
Jesse. Jesse. Okay, go ahead, Jesse. What's your question, Jesse? Jesse.
No, I want to say on iVlog, you banned...
Jesse. We had a period of time where, you know, we were dealing with a little stress at various times. We've been attacked by trolls every night, as you know. If I call, can I talk to Sarah? No, you can't. She's not taking calls tonight. She's resting. I don't sell turntables. Why do you hang on people? I don't hang on people. I try not to hold on to anybody. In fact, I can't imagine clinging to people. It's like, please, oh, don't leave me, oh. That would be horrible. Hanging on to people. Can you imagine doing that publicly? No, please. And just grabbing their arms. Now, I just can't imagine that's socially deviant behavior. Do you bring back nostalgia of when I was in the... I don't know. I do. Oh, way back when you were in your 20s. Okay. Well, the good thing is I look better than either one of these clowns. In a way, that is your MO, Dave. You love to be seen on chat sites now. I have an online chat presence. That's my purpose right now. David, you seriously need to work on your reading comprehension and automatic victim status. Dave, you should just stand up. No, I can't do stand up. For one, most stand-up comedians get hemorrhoids, and the last thing I want are hemorrhoids. So what I would do is sit-down comedy. Yeah. David, did you leave the parental home at an advanced age? I am not in a parental situation right now. I am free. Free at last. Dave, why did Melania open her beep beep? I don't know. Melania is having a problem with John Bolton. He's very misogynistic. He has a very gruff exterior, John Bolton, and he's the guy that started the Iraq War. So, yeah, and he certainly helped with Afghanistan. So he's a warlike guy, and I think Melania is more of a soft, kind person. Don't you get kindness from Melania? I do. Yes, most comedians are up there talking because their hemorrhoids hurt so much they can barely hold their mouth. That's why they're comedians. Known for their hemorrhoids. We're not having a spat. Breaking news. Stormy Daniels' lawyer, Mike Labinetti, has been arrested after his estranged wife filed a felony domestic violence report. So he is in police custody. So it's his estranged wife that he had this with. I was wondering if she was just like a woman renting a place that he was living in or something. I don't know. But now we know. Thank you, Mad Dog's Backyard. Well, sometimes comedians get their mouths and their sphincters confused. So there's a lot of flexing going on with stand-up comedy. You don't see it because their sphincters are flexing to the response that the audience is giving you. It's known. It's a known fact. Sphincter response time is much faster with comedians. That makes them get hemorrhoids. Why have you been watching me since 2014? You realize that's an obsession. I banned a few. I kick people out. You guys can come back after an hour. All right, I guess we're done talking about nonsense. Let's talk about aquaponics, because aquaponics really is something now Nero wants to talk about. A long, long time ago, I created a seawater pipeline that could bring fresh water to the people. And we ran it in our show. We actually constructed one in our backyard, and I can make one of these in about 15 minutes with plastic and hoops. 7 foot by 11 foot. They're modulars, and they completely soak in the sun. They're transparent, and you can soak in the about 150 degrees they get inside. And when you put seawater in the middle section, right here, the seawater evaporates on the inside of the domes, automatically creating fresh water in the troughs on both sides. It drips down like it would a humidifier, or like when it gets hot in your shower and the drops of water drop down the window. You know, it's not you spraying on the glass, it's dehumidification. Now, because Trump has stolen all of my ideas that he finds relevant and continues to steal my ideas, he talked about an ocean dome, which 7 or 8 years after we created the ocean pipeline. So we want to do an ocean dome, and he never mentioned it when he became president, and he still hasn't mentioned it for a solution for water in California, which shows you how slow this guy is. It'll take him forever to, crap or get off the pot, so to speak. It took, how long for them to create a fence that people jump over? We saw people jumping over a fence recently. Kind of amazing. A 6-mile fence. $4,500, $4,600 per mile. Excuse me, per linear foot. Linear foot costs $4,600 of this stupid fence. Check this out.
Private contractors were hired by Customs and Border Protection to fortify the top of the fence with concertina wire. The wire is meant to keep people from scaling this part of the border fence between Mexico and the U.S. Earlier in the day, dozens of people gathered on the south side. Some climbed the barrier and sat on it. Others walked the structure while Border Patrol agents kept an eye on the crowd.
I was very surprised how many people were here, how many different officials were here, and just the capacity of the event. I mean, it seems like there's something going on that's not normal to have this many resources tied up, all these vehicles. We saw a special armored car coming down the road, and it just seemed a little bit more than just an average day.
Greg Boulder was on the north side of the fence visiting the area from Arizona. He got to see quite a show, like this man dressed in red and white jumping onto U.S. soil. That person and others who did come across ran back when Border Patrol agents approached.
We need this to be resolved. It's costing both countries a lot of money.
The Border Patrol watched from the air, on vehicles, and even on horseback. Police in Tijuana also kept an eye on the crowd. It's not known for certain who these people are. The Border Patrol said it believes some could be from that caravan that has been making its way through Mexico from Honduras.
These people have been on the road for so long, and they've seen so much hardship, and they're fleeing incredibly violent and horrific places that they're coming from. That's what's pushing them on the road and forcing them to take the risks that they're taking.
Yeah, we know. Okay, thank you, ma'am. We know that that's why they're here. They're also being funded by the B2 campaign. Veritas did an in-depth interview where last week they showed you that the B2 O'Rourke's campaign was funding these people, which is shocking. Yeah. But anyway, they got on the top of the fence, and what they do, and it's very simple. This is like, I'll get to the ocean pipeline in just a second. They put a rock in. This is how stupid this fence is. They put a rock in the middle of the fence. Dirt around there has a lot of rocks. It's not hard to find rocks. So they just find a boulder that fits into here and go right there. And they just jam it in there. And the metal's going to move. You can brace it. That's why I couldn't understand why they left holes in this fence. This is an absurd waste of money that Trump put money into. $145 million into this. And then they go put another rock there and another rock here. Here a rock, there a rock. Old Mick Rockyard had a pine. Yeah, rock and roll, everybody. So the rocks get them right up there. They just climb up like a fence. Boom. It's not, don't laugh. This is how they do it. Okay. Gee, I know. And in order to make a happy face, we have to make people happy. Right. We're having some problems with some of the autistic viewers in our show. Don't worry. We're not judging you for being autistic. Yep. Well, they're very easy to climb. The rocks are very easy to push in the fence, and it's like a complete joke of a fence. Period. Thank you. David, why did you share that idea? Well, I don't know, but I guess I saw it on the video, and I thought I'd share it with you. Because it's a stupid fence. They'll figure it out no matter what. They always do. Believe me, they've already figured it out. That's how they got up on the top of the fence. Hello? The plane. Hello, Tattoo. Welcome to Fantasy Island. How are you? I am Ricardo Montalban. Oh, the plane. The chemtrails. Hey, we'll get to chemtrails in just a second. Check this idea out. It's a very viable idea that could work all across the desert plains. And Meow TV was extrapolating on the idea the other day, and he said that he had a plan that could even, produce more water. Go for it. Transport the idea to France. Make it all happen. Whatever. I don't care. It's an open source concept. But for Trump to use it in the campaign just to get people to notice is not cool. Did you get the catfish from Yakov? No. David, I'm in Australia, and they are releasing a thing called the National Health Record. Now the government will have all my health data. I heard about this. Opto turd. Not a good thing. They have it in our country. Yeah. Yep. They're using it for insurance purposes. It's a conspiracy, if you will, against average people getting decent health care without having to worry about pre-existing conditions. The whole thing with Obamacare was to reverse pre-existing conditions. It never worked. They still cut people off and then jack up their rates. Are you in favor of legalizing the enslavement of immigrants? That would be 100% effective against illegal. Well, frankly, we're doing that right now. We're putting them in jails. I mean, how is that not enslavement? It's not something I'm in favor of. No, I'd rather have the border container idea with many tiny houses on the side facing Mexico. Red Bluff campfire incident. There's a 3 minutes ago, there was a wildfire blowing out into the campfire region. 138,000 acres are under attack at the campfire sector. How ironic that is. Campfires got a wildfire. Plumas National Forest, 138,000 contained, 35% contained. Good to know. So the ocean pipeline could go along the desert anywhere in the middle of Central California. Yes, I could talk about Fukushima in just a second, Raz. Thanks. Tyler Barris, serial swatter who pled guilty in the 9/11 hoax call that led to a fatal police shooting in Des Moines, in Kansas. Thank you. I thought it was Iowa. Huh. Strange. He apparently he admitted to making a hoax call that ultimately led to police shooting somebody in Kansas. Okay. I thought it was Des Moines, Iowa. That's weird. It's his Wichita home. Okay, great. He pled guilty to a total of 51 charges for swatting people. Barris is accused of falsely reporting a shooting in December 2017 following a dispute over a $1.50 bet in a Call of Duty game between two gamers. Wichita police responded and Andrew Finch was fatally shot at his Wichita home. I've been falsely calling it Des Moines. I correct myself. Wichita. Really sad. And the cop that shot him, I think, was not following proper protocol. That whole story should have been dealt with in a bigger way. Yes, I'm reading your message. He wants to talk about Fukushima. to change the show into something old ideas? Well, we're talking about an old idea right now, ATP. Yeah. Raz Nation just lost the chance to be in here. Sorry, man. Yeah, we're going to drop off of the... it's not working for us. Yeah. Later. Yeah, it was kind of fun while it lasted, but no, forget it. No, I want to talk to people at Vaughn right now. I don't want to favor iBlog. Concrete pipes transformed into tiny houses could be the future of micro-housing. Really good link. Wow, this is awesome. Love it. Okay.
James Law came up with an absolutely genius idea. He knew that there was a huge housing problem in Hong Kong, so he began brainstorming solutions for the overcrowding. What he came up with will blow your mind. James's company, James Law Cybertexture, figured out how to repurpose cement pipes that are usually used for construction. Their new tiny house, the OPOD Tube House, was designed to be an affordable housing option for those that struggle with housing costs. The OPOD Tube Houses are the perfect size. The tubes are meant to house 1 or 2 people and have approximately 100 square feet of living space. It doesn't have too much elbow room, but all the typical amenities are provided. The OPOD tubes come with almost everything you would find in a regular-sized home. It has a living room that has a couch that turns into a bed. It also comes with a mini fridge, food sold separately, of course. That's not all it comes with, though. It has a second pipe that contains a bathroom, complete with a shower, and plenty of storage space.
Hey, count me in, man. I want to live in the pipe. Yeah, and you can smoke a bowl in your pipe, too. Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Living in a tube. That's a pretty cool idea. Pipe living sounds kind of awesome, doesn't it? Yeah. So, yeah, I know. I'm loving it. I'm just thinking if we don't do something intelligent like create an underground civil defense system, we're kind of screwed up. So I support building an underground civil defense system out of these pipes. Yeah, easy to produce. They're already being made. We just add to the industry a little bit, fund it, and boom, we've got a fantastic pipe life. Life in the pipe. Totally tubular, dude. Totally, for sure. Yeah, I can only imagine how cool that would be, and I would love it. Yeah, so it kind of conforms to our ocean pipeline project too, because we want to desalinate. Some of these pipes could be clear plastic, then you could walk through them on a grate. Ironically, you don't have to necessarily. These pipes can be, completely made for people to walk around. That's the cool thing about this idea is we could actually have a grill over the top, and have like a grid pattern down the middle, and we could actually have the ability to walk on top of these pipes because all this area in the middle is just humid. So theoretically, we could have people walking through the ocean pipeline. No reason why not. I am listening to Xenu. David, please don't believe Raz, he's another Melco clone. Yeah, I remember. The kind of people who get off trolling on your show, I totally agree. Thank you, Xenu, for clarifying that. Well, we kicked them both out for now, so it's no big deal. That's really rude, Rodney, and I'm glad to know you're doing okay. Rodney, everybody, comes under these new names he's coming out with. Well, it's nice to get involved with a show that's been around for 10 years, that's for sure. We have way more mileage under the belt than most. I'm kind of driving in the fast lane at about 150 miles an hour. It's kind of fun, actually. If you were riding in Dave's lane, you'd be able to do all kinds of things. The dystopian future would be no longer a thing you'd be worried about. We'd be moving forward. Blimp planes, legalization of marijuana, the process of getting people tiny houses across the country with no restrictions from the Department of Health. If you want to go poop, you go poop in a hole. It's called an outhouse. That's how they used to do it in the old days. That's what we will do. If you guys want to live in areas that are open to new development, not nude development, new development, you'll want to have a tiny house out in the middle of somewhere, and we want to be able to get the ocean pipeline out there too. So maybe you might want to live in one of the areas that we're going to set up with tiny house living near the pipeline. That's kind of a cool idea, wouldn't it? So you're always around fresh water, and we'll have freshwater taps all over the pipeline. And we'll also have mobile medical units in this country. That's another thing that I really think will help, and Trump didn't do a damn thing about that. Stole the idea, pretended like he cared, and just completely blew it off. It really upset me when he stole all the great ideas. He wouldn't legalize pot, though. That's too great of an idea. But these are all really good ideas to make the country better. And I think we could easily pull this off. It's not that big of a deal. No, we're not breeding a race of midgets, no. World's first electric hybrid AWD Honda Civic Type, 450 horsepower. Wow.
Walking about 5 kilometers around here was this particular stand. I'm here with Marcus from Orbis. Tell us about this. This is nuts. I've never seen anything like it. So give us a bit of a rundown. What is this? And just tell us about it.
Well, we call it the Orbis Ring Drive, and we call it the Ring Drive because the rim is separated from the hub. So conventional wheels, of course, hub and rim are contiguous. In our case, separate. The advantage is that we increase the moment arm of the brake, so we're able to use a 1-pound caliper in place of what was a 12-pound caliper. And our brake rotor, because it has twice the swept-away area as a conventional rotor, is actually lighter. So the rotor in this case is 2 pounds instead of what was 12 pounds. And
the battery packs add?
Yeah, I want to talk. You don't want to talk about the details here. You don't want to get into the nitty gritty, but I'll do that later. On the show. I'll add it to Cool Tech in tonight's show lineup. Fantastic. Thanks for the link. Mad Dog's Backyard with another cool electric engine. So saving money on energy, making sure that we use the most with our country. This mobile medical unit will run on biofuel made from hemp. When we get everything rolling and we get our national composting plan rolling as well, you'll be able to grow hemp or marijuana in your house or in your backyard legally, and we'll be able to produce a tremendous amount of new products. And all of this is all because marijuana is healthy for you. And there's no reason why it would be on the list of controlled substances. Nobody's ever overdosed on marijuana. And so far, the numbers are showing 64 to 75% of the population supports recreational use across the country. So when you guys grow it, and a lot of you will love growing it, you'll be embracing nature. I've never grown it myself, but you might enjoy it. You'll be able to give us the leaves at the National Composting Center, and we'll be able to buy them from you, the tonnage, and we'll be able to use that to create hempoline, CBD oil, any number of things. If you have hemp, will go in one pile, marijuana leaves in another. You get, either way, we'll be able to work with it and produce a tremendous amount of biofuel. And every single diesel truck will have the option of running on this green energy fuel. Kind of a cool idea. We've got other ways of being efficient and cutting waste. The blimp plane idea is another fantastic solution that I've talked about with people. Let me take it to you. Take it to the limit. And this concept is, I was showing a fuselage of planes out in the middle of Arizona last night, and it's just amazing all the planes we've got in mothballs. And many of them have wonderful hulls. All of them hand welded and still structurally intact to handle wind speeds up to 300 miles per hour. So theoretically, we could strap them onto a blimp and get these things back in operation. We could build like sleepers inside where we could carry 100 people, 100 to 200 to 300 people across the country in these blimp planes, saving 85% on fuel. It's a 1 hour wait over there, Raz. Yeah. 1 hour wait. We've also talked about adding parachutes to these units so that they're completely free of ever crashing. Well, the existing blimp plane I've seen has a small carriage. It won't handle a huge amount of cargo like this will. The thing you say has a superior design, it actually doesn't. Thank you. And believe me, my idea was presented to Boeing in 2009, and after that, Boeing took on their plans. But I welcome other people to come up with blimp plane ideas for sure. Yeah, I will talk about Fukushima anytime I can when you're unbanned. You're not banned, you're kicked for 1 hour over at iBlog. A plane blimp hybrid is looking to disrupt the drone market, and as they should. And I welcome everybody profiting from every idea that I ever come up with. I'm not here to profit personally. You've got to understand, I'm not like Donald Trump. I'm not materialistic. I don't care if you take the idea and run with it. I really don't care. That is not cool. And you're a bad person. Yeah, you need to go. Guest 772 just got taken out of the show at iBlog. Seattle brothers James and Joel Egan are adding a new airship to the drone market, and it could be available as soon as next year. Introducing the Plimp. Look at that. It's kind of a cool idea. A helicopter and a blimp. Identical twin brothers James and Joel Egan have been asking themselves the questions for years, and finding anyone else addressing it, they decided to do it themselves. They created the Plimp. It's a great idea. Yeah, it can do whatever drone version planes and rotocopters do. Land and take off vertically and hover and dip and fly forward or backward while carrying payloads such as cameras or surveying equipment. The big advantage of the Plimp, they believe, is the egg-shaped helium-filled bag and gives it buoyancy. If a conventional unmanned plane or copter loses power, it plummets. Whereas this is not going to happen. The Plimp will descend slowly and gently at about 9 miles per hour. Yep, kind of a cool idea. Thank you for sharing that. Good luck. Blesseth youeth. But these are the kind of ideas that will help build a country, a new broad industrial base. Feel free to take these ideas and play with them yourself. I don't care. Well, I don't really care either. If the identical twins decided to do that, that's special. That's a special thing. Well... yeah, well, I think we have to get back on track and talk about Trump, because he is clearly the obstacle. But today his presence in the news seems to be eclipsed by Abedadeh. But we did hear from Shepard Smith at Fox that he supports CNN. They're basically saying they agree with the CNN's suit against Trump and access to the White House.
The Trump administration responding in court to CNN's lawsuit. CNN, as you remember, sued the Trump administration yesterday over its pulling the press credentials of chief White House correspondent Jim Acosta. And now the president is responding. CNN's Brian Stelter is here with the very latest. So what is the administration saying?
The administration's filed a response in court ahead of this 3:30 p.m. hearing. CNN's asking, of course, for a temporary restraining order to get Acosta's press pass back right away. But the White House is saying that President Trump has, quote, broad discretion to decide who gets in and who gets out of the White House. In other words, the president's saying he gets to choose. He gets to limit who is at the White House, which reporters are able to attend presidential events. Here's a part of the statement, part of the response, we can share on screen to quote from this response. It's a lengthy brief that's been filed with the court. But it says, and we can pull up the quote, I think, that the broad discretion is the key point, that the president has broad discretion here. That flies in the face, and by the way, it says the White House as well, have the same broad discretion to regulate access to the White House for journalists and other members of the public that other past administrations have. So that is the claim here from the president's lawyers defending the move to revoke Acosta's press credentials. The reason why this is going to be interesting this afternoon, Kate, is because Secret Service regulations, the Code of Federal Regulations, says something different. The regulations are pretty clear that unless you're a threat to the president's life, press passes are not going to be revoked. So this is going to be the legal battle that unfolds later today.
And the evolving reason why his credential was pulled. As we're talking to attorneys, that's a big question of kind of what that means in the grand scheme of things.
Right, and in this new brief, there's no mention of that claim from last week that he had placed his hands on a White House intern. The White House is not making that claim anymore in the legal filings. It's only saying that Acosta wouldn't give up the microphone. Okay. Well, as you know, Kate, lots of reporters try to ask follow-up questions. It's pretty common at the White House.
And also happening today, a bunch of media organizations are coming to CNN's defense.
Yes, in the past few minutes, 13 different news outlets have issued a joint statement saying they are all going to be filing and joining Friend of the Court briefs. You can see here this statement. Our news organizations support the fundamental constitutional right to question the president or any president. Thus, we will be filing Friend of the Court briefs to support CNN and Jim Acosta's lawsuit based on these principles. Kate, this is
a landmark move, and I'm glad that CNN and Fox are in tandem on this. Yeah, strong argument. Yeah, strong argument that they have the right to do this. You know, if Jim Acosta would agree to be zip-tied, don't you think he should be allowed to, ask questions? Maybe muzzled as well? Just kidding. But no, Trump is not under threat. Personally, if he's at a press conference, he's not physically threatened by somebody with a microphone. They have a definite case against Trump on this one. They look tacky. Yeah, so if Jim Acosta agreed to be zip-tied, muzzled, would he be allowed to be there? I'm sorry, I make myself laugh all the time. It's a nice trait. It's self-laughter. Some people don't like it when I laugh at myself. Muzzle tough. Well, I certainly would have allowed Acosta to keep asking the questions. I would have evaporated, though, because I probably would have been a hologram. I will do press conferences as a hologram, but not in person for fear of threat of microphone attacks. You can imagine how dangerous those microphones can be. What if every reporter should act like Acosta? Absolutely. And then the president could just do a chat show like I do. Dave, why are you a hologram? I am not a hologram, clearly. Furthermore, I am not a robot. I am normal like you. Beep. David, drive manual transmission in 5 minutes or less.
All right, how's it going? What?
Hey, some of you guys are a little intimidated by it. This is a good waste of our time, and I appreciate that. Some of you are a little intimidated by the idea of driving a stick shift. Well, this guy will give you the tutorial on how to do it.
Here at the Team O'Neill Rally School, what we're going to do if you can't, just sit here for a little bit until you can. You can feel the clutch, you can feel the shifter, and then once you're happy there, we're going to start the car. Cool.
I'm glad he's doing it. I'm going to put this in our loop tonight so you can get looped watching it. Yeah, everybody loves to know how to do a 5-speed. I learned when I was 18 years old on my VW van. I practically ruined the clutch in the process. No, I think it lasted another 50 or 60,000. But yeah, my first experience. You can't sue the president? Oh, okay. No, you can't. No, I don't think that's. For one, Acosta has every right to question everything every president does. What Melko does in the room, Misanthropy, raises the most ridiculous differences of opinion and finds contradictions in the stupidest things. So I find that nitpicking is not good investigative journalism. When Acosta asked him about the indictments, we all want to know. He's just stating what everyone wants to know. He's not raising a little nitpicking contradiction like Melko does. We all want to know what he thinks the indictments will lead to. Oh, it's all a Russian hoax. That's all he had to say. It's just a Russian hoax. And just keep repeating it. In fact, Donald Trump, you need to keep fogging people with the same statement over and over again. It's all a Russian hoax. Fake news. Russian hoax. Fake news. Russian hoax. Russian hoax. Fake news. Russian hoax. Russian hoax. Just keep repeating that over and over again. You'll be fine. They can't come up with anything legitimate except for the fact that you sold state secrets to Russia through Michael Flynn. That's a serious act of treason. Or that you may be taking money laundered money in order to finance your presidency. And we do know that Russia did cheat in favor of you, Donald, so I think they were going to find a nothing but Russian hoax. Click on the robot newscaster. The mouth is robot. Let's take a look. Check out the robot newscaster. I would like to say this is the first of its kind, but obviously China is not the leader in this department.
Hello, everyone. I'm an English artificial intelligence anchor. This is my very first day in Xinhua News Agency. My voice and appearance are modeled on Zhang Zhao, a real anchor with Xinhua. The development of the media industry calls for continuous innovation and deep integration with the international advanced technologies. I will work tirelessly to keep you informed as texts will be typed into my system, uninterrupted. I look forward to bringing you the brand new news experiences.
Yeah, kind of cool. So that's a robot talking to you. And I'm human. That's right. He is drunk for sure. He is a drunken robot. This can be your body AI double in your White House. Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about having a hologram made of David, and I can talk to people in the press conference that way. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hold on, please. I don't want to try this at home. That looks dangerous. See what I mean? Super dangerous. Don't do that at home, folks. That's microwave plasma. Black people have called me Whitey Cracker. I know. I protect the right to free speech. Yeah, I said, could you call me other names like Wonder Bread, Honky? Yeah, whatever you want. I do believe free speech rules in this country. CNN reporters should boycott, not asking a single question in the next press conference, and watch Trump sweat not having anyone to complain about. That would be funny, wouldn't it? Trump says, so what's your first question? And everyone's like, you'll see the wheels turn in his brain. The one wheel he has, the greed wheel. I'm not making any money right now. We're done here. I'm going to go make some money. I'm going to do deals with Trump Enterprise while I'm president. David, did a black man do better civil rights exam than you? Actually, no, it wasn't an exam. It was a paper. He bought his paper for $25. And he bragged about he was going to get an A+. Can you imagine paying $25 for a paper? Yeah, I'm not trying to make fun of anybody, but I mean, he admitted he paid $25 for a paper and he'd get an A+. It's like, are you bragging, or is that just an admission of being a crook? For some reason, every other stream is censored for me except this one. That's weird, Misanthropy. They want you to stay here. Mark probably said, you're a vital part of the show, Misanthropy. You know, he only let people in here who previously visited T. Rucker's show. I'd say the late T. Rucker, but we all know that's not exactly 100% true. No, I like telling the story. It's a fun story to talk about. Well, I had programs earlier and we had people upset, but now that you asked, I'm more than willing to let them go on. Absolutely. Programs on. Ladies and gentlemen, start your horses. The iVlog co-hosting feature is up and running. Fill the slot. Be on TV. You too can be the first to come into our iVlog show. Let them come in, and so they shall. Well, I call people black who are white, who call me Whitey. I said, well, hello, Blackie. The hottest gifts from Walmart. Now, who doesn't want to waste their time looking at this screen? Check this out. The hottest gifts from Walmart. DHS cufflinks? I'm not sure what. This Scepter 50-inch LED TV is priced to sell. $200. Are you serious? Oh, this is a blockbuster deal you're going to be getting on that TV, man. Or this Google Home Hub, $149. You know, this is turning into a commercial for Walmart. I'll save that for Technology Thursday. Thank you. Yeah, we don't allow alcoholics to cam up in our show anymore. Yeah, if you're drinking online, that's your problem. Yeah, for only $149, Google can spy on you. Yes, it is manufactured in China. That's right. They manufacture things in China. Deal with it. That's right. Good call. So nobody's taken me up on my opportunities, so I guess we're good to go. Yeah, so I guess Michael Avenatti's going to get out on bail pretty soon. Yeah, I hope he saves some money for his bail. Otherwise, you know, he's going to be in a problem situation. Well, a guy like him is spending money pretty fast. I mean, he made $470,000 on representing Stormy Daniels, and he made it from a crowdfunding source. So that won't buy you a couple days, you know, in Hollywood. Al Sharpton on Stan Lee. He was a civil rights icon. Well, with a stroke of his pen. Yeah, there you go. Al Sharpton. Quoting Al Sharpton. That's got to be a win for us. I like Al Sharpton. I think he's a lot better off than people say he is. He was a civil rights icon with a stroke of his pen. Look at that. You speak. TMZ.
Hey, Reverend Dow, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, what are your thoughts on the passing of Stan Lee? I know he was real active with a lot of civil rights issues.
Well, him dealing with many of the issues even back in the 60s. You've got to remember, Stan Lee was not a Johnny-come-lately when a lot of us were putting pressure in the 90s all the way up to now about Hollywood. He always dealt with inclusion. Look at Black Panther. Look at what he did with a lot of the comic strips. I mean, he was an inclusive, die-hard kind of person that felt long before it became fashionable that Hollywood ought to include all Americans. He had a very passionate commitment about poverty, about people that were being marginalized and left out, and he had that to the end. I can remember hearing people from when I was a kid, Ossie Davis and them talk about him, all the way till recent years. So I think that he's one of the few Americans that all Americans can say he really touched our lives.
How impactful do you think his comics were to the kids and bringing up a new generation that weren't
I think different? That his impact on young people was probably totally underestimated because he normalized us relating to one another. If you grow up looking at cartoon figures and comic figures, you want to be them. That's your heroes. Well, what he did by making heroes black and non-white and other was more toward changing the psychology of America than if he passed legislation in this building. Because if you change how kids grow up thinking, they'll act different. And he helped change how Americans thought.
Definitely. Rest in peace to Stan.
Not only rest in peace, he lived in a way that he made us in peace. He earned the rest in peace.
What's your favorite?
Well, now you see why I like Al Sharpton. And he spelled it all out. Thank you, guest star. Yeah, you're having a good time. Yeah, he said it all right there. And Stan Lee really did make a big dent in the way we perceive our relations. And he empowered people of color. Yeah, Zetterbird, you feel stronger because of Stan Lee, right? You're like, yeah, I'm black and I'm ready. Whatever. I just think it really is kind of in the best interest for us to keep communicating on all levels. And I think Al Sharpton is in favor of that. Yeah. I do have photographs of my parents, and they're amazing. They'll be in my book. I'm not releasing any photographs right now. I don't know. Farrakhan is a little bit off the deep end in terms of his extremist views. I don't really. I'm really very happy that Al Sharpton came out with a lot of things about Trump too. I agree with him. The Democrats are too tame to deal with Trump. That was one quote he came up with. Trump wants to start a race war, Omarosa to Al Sharpton. That's got to be something. Reverend Sharpton says Trump is an embarrassment to America. I like Al Sharpton. I've always, and he's even said that Trump is using black people as pawns, basically. I like Al Sharpton. I don't think so. I really don't think, if he hates black people, or excuse me, white people, that's on him. You know, I don't want to judge him for his views. He's never said that. You know, Jesse Jackson, he's now suffering from Parkinson's, but Jesse Jackson was very outspoken, and he actually spit on white professors. That's an actual article in August of 1969, Life magazine. Many people don't know that. Yeah. He actually spit on white professors when he was in college. But, you know, I don't hold these actions against people the rest of their life. They're still people, even if they hate on people. Just like you people who hate on other people are still people. Sarah's here to talk about kind of getting along. Well, if he didn't like what I did, that's fine. But I'd still open a conversation with him. All right, thank you. I shall return in a while.
Gus Starr thinks he's cool. He says he knows people who have had long conversations with him off the record.
Yeah, really interesting guest star. Thank you. Well, Al Sharpton would really put it very simply that Stan Lee really was an icon. He died at 95, Marvel comic fame.
Yeah.
He was an icon to people of black heritage or other people who felt like they were minorities, were then empowered by a lot of the Stan Lee work that he did with superheroes. And I think he really did kind of bridge gaps, Stan Lee did. He was an over-the-top kind of character that constantly pushed the envelope on greatness and on communication. Unlike our former president, Barack Obama, who has openly stated at the Bilderberg groups that he actually said that the U.S. must surrender to the New World Order. And that's something I don't support. And I don't know how any Democrats could still sit back and support Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama because of these types of behaviors, endorsing a New World Order. So bad. And that's why we're hoping that many of Democrats move toward the center and think of a third party as an option. We don't support a New World Order here. All right, I'm going to check out. Sarah's going to be in the show.
Dinner for you.
Oh, thank you.
Sounds good. Why do I always walk in too early? What do you mean I walk in too early? I come in at 6:30 and then 8-ish. You might say I'm walking in too late. I'll leave the cams on right now. If you want me to shut it down since you're the only one, then I would, but I do know that people will come on. And if they do, then I'll shut it down. You've got your awesome cats. I should get some puppets for the show, like Mr. Rogers. But then I'd have my voice off screen. Yeah. No, I'm a Sponheim supporter. You've never seen David actually eat any food? I thought he ate food on camera once. I know I dated someone who was at one time 955, but I never had relations with anyone. So I would say probably not. You're drinking your Fireball whiskey. I don't know, 802. Well, actually, I do know because of all of the election laws that are rigged against third parties. A drunken Rodney puppet could teach the viewers so many lessons. Oh, electric. Okay, if you say so. Did I ever get close to being engaged to be married? No, not that I know of, because no one ever asked me to be engaged. So when no one said, "Oh, you broke up with me," I was gonna ask you. So, not that I am aware. Okay. You were married at one time? Okay. No, 955? You once asked a girl to marry you and she flipped out? Wow. Like, she flipped out. She must not have known how to take it? That's... Huh. David Sponheim was just the gentleman who was in the show earlier. Welcome to our show. This is David Sponheim's show. I'm glad you found us. Yeah, if someone's going to flip out when you ask them to marry you, maybe it's not the person you need to marry. Misanthropy doesn't know if he wants to date again, because he's not sure. He doesn't need someone texting him all day. There's only so much you can say to someone you don't have anything in common with, or respect. Wow. Yeah, you have to respect. Respect is a big thing, that's true. And even if you... Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm going to stop right there. Respect is very important in a relationship. Okay, I'm going to check out your cat on the coffee table. Aww. A white cat on the coffee table. Got some big cats. Cute cats. With people? You seem to get along with me, Misanthropy, but I think I'm unusual. Oh, and you've got a big calico there. How many cats do you have? Good night, yield, then stop. You're gonna take your leave. Wow, I don't think I've had all those. Three cats. Okay. I like that cat a lot. If she is it, I don't know if it's a she, but that cat reminds me of a cat I had, a female cat that was a calico. It was pretty cool. I do have a pretty kitty too. I have Amber, and I'm just gonna only have Amber. I don't want to have any more furry friends. Maybe that's true. Calicos are mostly female. Maybe that's true. Our cat is like a miniature coon cat. Whereas a real Maine Coon cat would be like a big cat. Our cat has like short... She seems to have like short legs. Oh, what do you think, 822? You think I love you, Axel? I think I love David. Actually, I know I love David. Big Tabby. How far back do we go, Axel? You say you and I go far way back. You go back to BC? Man, you really think I'm old, huh? You think I'm like an ancient spirit, something like that. Well, I'm only, my human form is only 40 years old. No, I would not consider having a polyamorous relationship. That's cool. Yeah, sometimes the cats like to keep eyes on you. Oh, BC Battle Cam. Okay, I thought you were saying like... I remember the old Battle Cam days. Yeah. Ah. Yes, you can hear David chopping up vegetables. Sarah, would you consider dating a ghost like in that horrible movie Ghost, where the ghost like inhabits a female? Maybe a ghost that wasn't inhabiting a female. That was just in spirit form, because nobody would know I was dating the ghost. Oh. Okay, you want me to tell David you love him as a friend? Okay. All right. No, David's always been very loyal to me. The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, a great series. Ooh, it's a great series. Is it on Netflix, or is it on Amazon, or is it on something else? I'll have to check. I don't know. If Axel's been broadcasting on Battlecam back in the days, and I'm getting ready to dye my hair, he might dye his beard. Because I've got to dye my hair, as you can see. But I actually don't dye my hair because in my profession I work with parents and children, and I feel like silver, I like that my mom says it's not gray hair, it's silver strands. My silver strands give me, like, I appear more mature. Can I tell you something about David that he wouldn't want us to know? It would be our secret. No, because you know everything about David. Like, there's nothing you don't know about David. Because David, like, says everything. Like, maybe that's the one thing that you might not know about David is, like, he's not about confidentiality. Well, sometimes David wears wigs, but you know that. You know more about Anita than David? Really? What do you want to know about David that you think you don't know? Wow, awesome, guest star. The company you work for just got voted #1 place to work for in Forbes magazine. Nice. Now I'll have to go look up the Forbes article to figure out where you work, or you're gonna just tell us. Good job. No, I never did 822. No. No. It's like perfect. David is quiet when he's watching shows, so he's good about not, you know how some people like talk and narrate the show, and then they ask you like, what are they doing? What's going to happen next? And you're like, I've never watched this show before. Right? David doesn't do that, which is really nice. So he's quiet when he's watching Netflix with us. And I mean, when we're watching Netflix together. He's quiet when he's sleeping. He's quiet right now when he's chopping up vegetables. I have not seen Hill House. I've got to see Hill House. Isn't it a scary movie? I'm not a big fan of scary shows. No, David doesn't really snore. Actually, the thing is, I fall asleep before David. And no, he doesn't really snore, no. Because she types it all out in detail for us, Ghost. Thank you. Thanks for loving us. Yeah, would be too late, 822. I'm old. I'm getting older. The white kitty's very cute. Yes, gotta mute your cell phones in a movie theater. Don't look old. I don't feel old, I would say that. But I'm definitely more mature than when I was young. All right, you got to finish the coffee and then recess is over. What does that mean? You've got to go to do some work, another brother? Sarah's on her game tonight. Okay. You feel like you're still 18, guest star? I think sometimes David feels like that. 16, 14, even though you're 56. Yeah, I think that you can be young at heart. I think that's true. I don't think I think I feel sometimes maybe the youngest I feel is maybe 25. You want me to show you my muscles? I do. I've always liked my arm muscles. There you go. See them? They're awesome. They rock. I'd have to take off my jacket and all that. Another time I will. I do have some pretty good biceps. That's why you like me, 822. David has the perfect arms. I don't like people that have like, super bodybuilding biceps that are like as big as my head or as big as my thigh. I think David has like these awesome, well, you have good, yeah, you've got some big arms, guest star. I like how David has a swimmer's body. That's what I would say. Another brother. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen you on cam. That is a big bicep, dude. Guest star's got some big ones too. He's got some big forearms and big biceps. He's pulling it up, pulling out the big guns. Well, yep. Man, another brother. Do you lift weights? Wait. You cheat. Does that mean you do steroids? Don't do that. That's not good for you. Does bad things to other parts of your body. Nice to see you on cam, though. I know. Fun camera people tonight. I like that. I like not having to shut off cameras because people are showing me things I don't like. I feel like I have tiny legs and then I have to, like, I need to rub my legs because they get so tight. Maybe my legs aren't that small, but that's my, well, I have jeans on. They're about the same size as my forearms. At least that's where all the stress in my body is, right in my calves. It's right there. I know these socks are great. I like live in wool socks all year long. No, all winter long. I just live in the wool socks. Change out my wool socks all the time. Change them out, wash my feet, put on a new pair of wool socks. I don't think so, 822. Okay, Raz Nation's on. He was upset that he would think I'd are you gonna show your forearms too? See, I didn't shut down the cameras. That's what you were upset that you thought I would. I only did that because people were mooning me and worse. And I don't need to put up with that. No, I'm not going to show my feet. I'm not really. I know you're a good guy. I'm not really proud of my feet, I have to say. I have big feet. I'm like either a 10 wide or an 11 wide, depending on the shoe. Wide feet. I have very wide feet. Oh wait. Oh, we're gonna get his feet. If you want to see Twinkle Toes, you can look at Guest Star's Twinkle Toes. You're pretty darn limber there, Guest Star. Yeah, very limber. So flat feet are, I didn't totally get it, but it's basically, so you have your toes, like the ball of your feet, and then you have your heel. And flat feet, you don't have an arch, so you have to wear extra arch supports to kind of push up your foot in that area, because if your feet go flat, what will happen is part of like, and I think I have partly a flat foot, your feet, like where the ball of your feet is, not just the heel, but like where the toes meet the foot, that has a lot of bones in there and it can kind of press down and like rub in. I think that's what it is. Does that also mean wide feet? Not necessarily. So wide feet, it's like wide feet, like bigger, like maybe because my toes kind of, it's like where my toes are, it widens out. Anyway, but I have wider feet. Like I don't have like little tiny feet. I have wide feet. The foot and the hand are amazing. That's where like most of the bones in the body exist, are in your hands and in your feet. So amazing. You know what was really amazing is so there's people that are born without hands and then they adapt, so they start doing things with their feet, like they open doors. I remember I used to watch the show like It's Incredible, I think that was it. And I'm a lucky lady, yes, and David's a lucky man. And anyway, they would just go and they would open the door with their foot. And then they could drive with their feet, and it was incredible. David and I both do not like the smell of nail polish, so maybe that's something you don't know about David. We're both kind of sensitive to smells, so we don't like nail polish or perfumes, and I don't like really strong cleaning products and things like that. Yes, I'll rub David's feet, and David will rub mine sometimes. So instead of painting my toenails, David will give me a back rub, which is good. Oh, that's so cute. That's your wife's chair? Your white cat's curled up on it. Well, the rest of our life is scheduled for us. So We take what time we can have together. You're gonna troll David with the smell thing? Like, we don't like smells. Like, perfumes. Ew, gross. Like, strong. Or, you know, David, I don't think is as sensitive. Well, no, he doesn't like smells. I was gonna say, Raz Nation, you've got quite a chair there. Is that like a gaming chair? That is a pretty rad chair. I like the head support. I mean, neither of our chairs have that tall head support. That's a cool chair. I should get a chair like that for David. The midnight hour is soon approaching in New York. Yeah, some people stay up late. Hi, Baron. You're a friendly dog. Yeah, that is a nice looking dog. And is that Baron's treats? Very good. You take good care of your dog. That's good. Yeah. Oh, on the couch? Like talking to a therapist or something. All right. Yeah, that's a very handsome dog. I like dogs like that. Very well trained. Yeah, I was going to ask, is that a golden retriever? She seems a little, wow. She seems a little darker fur, though, to be a golden retriever. She's... Maybe it is, though. Wow, you got her well trained. I mean him, Baron. Sorry. Sorry, Baron. Oh, it's purebred golden. Ah. My sister did a good job training her dog. But I have to say, being a cat owner... No, Baron is a dog of Raz Nation. Raz Nation is casting over on our show at iVlog. Yeah, it's a beautiful dog. I have to say, being a cat owner has made me more appreciative of dog owners. Because I love my cat so much, I totally understand how people love their dogs so much. Even though I have one cat, Amber. You've met her, right, Deacon? Dogs are pretty high maintenance. No, I don't know how to do that, Axel. I really don't. I think I'm too flat, too. Yep, you don't have to walk cats, but you do have to change their litter box. True. Cats can bathe themselves. That's true. That's a really pretty reddish golden retriever. I love the color of her hair. Of his hair. Sorry, his fur. Sorry, Baron. You have such nice fur. The thing is, cats are crepuscular, but I guess guest stars kind of trained his cats to be night owls. Because cats usually are... I like that word. I learned it in a book I was reading. It's called Trumpet of the Swan. And in the book, there's this character that like tries to learn a new word every day, and then he like uses the word in a sentence. And anyway, I was like, I know all these words that he's learning, except crepuscular. And crepuscular means an animal that is neither diurnal or nocturnal. Instead, what they do is they come out during the dusk, like sunrise and sunset, and that's when they're most active. So cats are crepuscular. They come out, usually they're super active right at dawn and then right at dusk. Ticken knows it. I know Verbatim's like, I like that word too. You remember Trumpet of the Swan? I don't think I'm that flexible, Axel. It's probably true, 822. I'm bad. Alright. Yeah, they like to stalk, and other animals are crepuscular too, like rabbits that cats hunt are more crepuscular, so. Oh, Ticken, I think you just invented a new word. That's how words come into being. Ooh, I've never read that one Sideways Story from Wayside School, but maybe I should get that. I'm gonna look that up. Raz Nation. I like learning new words, I should say. But being the internet, I trust you. Ball lightning, a concentration of heat, light, or radiation so intense that its energy forms an event horizon and becomes self-trapped. Wow. Kugelblitz. It means you're hotter than science can explain. And you're so hot that you become trapped in your hotness. Have people called you that, Raz Nation? Is that the, well, you know, if anyone calls you Kugelblitz, then you can say that if you ever get turned down. I'm just a Kugelblitz. That's why I can't get a date, because I'm trapped in my own hotness. I'm so glad I made you laugh. All right. The best documentary is Richard Attenborough. The World with Richard Attenborough. I've never seen that. I caught a snapping turtle once when I was really little. Sideways Stories from Wayside School. I'm going to look that up. I'm going to get that one from my library and maybe read it. I felt so this week, the last couple days have been really good. I finally got some work done on my master's degree. Actually, no, I grew up in the Deep South until I was, it was when I was like, must have been in second grade. Now, when I was living in California and I told people I grew up in the Deep South, one person said, "What, like San Diego?" I'm like, no.
Yeah, the Deep South of San Diego.
Right next to you on Riverside. Thank you. Another brother. Now I just have to get the paper to prove it. Yes, I am. You forgot a couple of crooked letters in there, Ticken.
Yeah, I'm so amazed at how she's able to do all of this. It's phenomenal.
Well, I finally felt like the last week, it just was perfect timing because I felt like I was finally organized enough to relax, which was perfect timing to not relax and focus on the next thing I need to do, which is my master's.
That's wild. Yeah, and she's done so much toward it. She just has to finish it off.
Right now, this morning, I had a conversation with my new professor or whatever who helped walk me through what I need to do.
Oh, good. Okay.
So then and I had done some paperwork, and he's like, "Wow, yeah, just change these two things, and wow, you really don't have a lot to change." when do you want to submit that? I said,
Really?
well,
Wow.
once I change those 2 things, I'm going to send it by you again, and then if you
great.
give me the go, okay, I'll submit it tomorrow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, let's get this done before Thanksgiving break.
Well, that's pushing it, but if you want, yeah.
Yeah, I have 5 tasks I need to do, and this is the first one. But I'm feeling pretty good.
It's pretty awesome, I'll tell you. A lot of women are really, really working hard in our culture, and Sarah is one of them, for sure. Building her future.
Yeah.
You know, life is pretty simple. I know a lot of people that you work with have houses and debts and mortgages and all kinds of things, and
Yeah, thank you for helping
hard,
me
yeah.
learn how to live frugally.
It's a
because
great
then I
way.
can put all my money in the bank.
she can save her money for retirement. So you know,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, that's cool. Your daughter has a master's from Buffalo State. Good.
There you go.
Sarah, will you go on to teach college later on?
Maybe.
I don't know. That's actually an interesting question.
I think you could actually. But you know, are you cooking the turkey this year? Yeah, coming up the 22nd, we're going to do a little cooking show. We got a 12-pound turkey, but this Thursday I'm not sure what I'll make. I still haven't decided what we're going to do tomorrow. But
What do I need?
we'll do a 1-hour videotape of our cooking process, or an hour and a half approximately. And then what we do is we start playing it at about 4:30 or so, depending on how long it is, until
So
the
it's-
6 o'clock. That way we can have our Thanksgiving during the time it's playing.
Yeah, so we're not doing a marathon or anything.
No, we're just doing a live cooking show for you guys to, you know, hang out and chat and watch our cooking show.
So we are broadcasting during our cooking?
No, I'm just going to re-record it like we did last
Okay.
time.
So we're doing a
Pre-recorded.
pre-recorded broadcast of our cooking episode during the first hour or so of the normal broadcast, or the pre-show time, basically.
We will actually be stuffing the turkey too. We actually make a special stuffing. I'm thinking maybe a spicy sausage mushroom kind of thing.
Why? There's another
Apple.
brother. I feel
Another
like
brother.
it's been so long since I've seen another brother.
Yeah, he's in the show now. Okay, so now this is our. Well, I don't want to put it on the screen because then.
No.
What is this over here?
I don't know what that. Oh, that's guest star. He's
Guest
showing.
star.
He's showing pictures of his children, and he said these are his grandsons on a hike. He said.
Oh, like a still picture. Okay.
He's
Okay.
showing pictures from his coffee table.
All right.
And or pictures of his cats.
Guest star, right? Cool.
And Raz Nation showed his beautiful purebred golden retriever that has hair. I mean, fur. His male dog has fur like the color of my hair.
Wow.
It's reddish tone.
Nice. That's an
And-
Irish setter or a golden retriever?
Golden retriever.
Beautiful dog. Smart.
And Axel
Well,
knows you from Battle Cam days, and he's like, "I love you guys."
Axel,
You do a great
cool.
job."
I haven't seen Axel yet.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is your grandson's
Grandson's nice. Cool.
on a hike.
Right.
Is Sarah going to make pies?
Maybe. Yeah, we've got. We might have some pumpkin meat in there from.
I
in
think we have
cans.
some pumpkin. Yeah, canned pumpkin, and then we probably have some pecans.
Yeah, I love that pecan pie you make.
I make a pecan pie without the Caro syrup, without the corn syrup.
I wonder if we could do that pumpkin pecan. I wonder if that would be any good.
You can. It's just not the same.
Okay.
I mean, I'll make a pumpkin pecan, and then I'll make a pecan.
Okay. Whatever you want to do. Yeah.
Because
that's
I
good.
like pecan pie.
We don't get into the apples because you know, we get a lot of GMO apples out here, and we're not that into apples and coring apples. But we did make apple or pear sauce this year. We made a lot of pear sauce.
We have a pear tree, and we made a pear sauce.
Great pear sauce. It was really
Yeah,
good.
is that what Raz Nation is in? A $500 gaming chair? That's pretty.
Yeah, it's a $500 gaming chair, which gives him the posture needed to maintain his, you know.
I was thinking maybe I found out what I might want for Christmas.
Okay. Well, tell me later. Not on the screen. So, and then
I don't know if I
about it.
do want anything for Christmas. Actually, I don't want anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm very easy.
That's easy. Yeah. Well, I'll try to get you to anything. Well, I was thinking of a tablet phone. Well, one of those ideas that still crossed my mind.
Oh, that's what David wants for Christmas.
No, I don't want it for Christmas because I really don't need a tablet phone. I don't like the radiation. There's a tablet phone. Yeah.
It comes with a massager in the chair. That's the reason you bought it.
Yeah.
I bought a massager that sits on a chair, but for some reason I never use it. I need to do that.
Right. Yeah. That you have to set it up and sit in the chair and have it. Plus, you wonder: are you getting magnetic radiation frequencies, RF frequencies in your body when you're getting, the vibrating thing? Is it sending electrical signals through your system, or is it altering your DNA? I mean, all these questions. So if you come down with a problem, in your organs from your vibrating chair, is it because you had this really cool chair? Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Awesome. Thanks for helping out tonight, Sarah.
You're welcome.
All right. Isn't that great to have a chance to talk to a wonderful woman who's working really hard on her future? Good kind of mindset for you or your family to see. Yeah. She's a kind of a living example of how hard work can really pay off. Mm-hmm. What's your frequency, Kenneth? Willie? When Dan Rather was beat up in an alley or something, or I guess in a parking garage by a couple guys, they asked him, "What is your frequency, Kenneth?" Yeah, Kenneth. That's right. And Dan Rather had no idea who Kenneth was, but he was being beaten up, so he knew that much was true. Wow. Terrible. We featured Microplasma tonight. In Wasteful Wednesday, we're trying to waste your time showing somebody do something that's really bad. You don't ever want to try this. Everyone is very well behaved. That is as close to a nuclear reaction you can get really hurt. Yeah. That's a very dangerous thing what that man just did. Do not do that, whatever you do. I don't know. Kind of freaked me out. A theoretical physics term is a Kugelblitz, a ball of lightning. That's kind of what that was. A Kugelblitz is exactly the kind of technology that could be used in our atmosphere to create earthquakes. By heating up the lithosphere, it creates a fracturing of the outer surface of the planet. This thus creates earthquakes. The Kugelblitz is a German term for ball of lightning. Energy and radiation so intense that it forms an event horizon and becomes self-trapped. According to general relativity and the equivalence of mass and energy, if enough radiation is aimed into the region, the concentration, and it goes on to say something, which I can't bother to click to read. Yeah, so we got, another brother's in now, too. Wow, let's bring on the clowns. Oh, you guys aren't clowns, you're good people.
Bring on the clowns. Oh, you guys aren't clowns, you're good people.
Okay. And Raz Nation. And then Axel, the empty chair. Axel is invisible. As you know, many people do now exist who are invisible. David, have you seen this? Where did B2 O'Rourke come get his wealth? I want to see that. Exotic matter matters. Brain matter matters. You notice that? Where did B2 O'Rourke get his money from? Yeah, that's what I want to know. He sparked a movement in Texas this year in that lit the state's Democratic Party on fire. But in reality, yeah. And then Twitter started calling him his 2020 presidential bid, but they don't talk enough about the fact that he was in a hit-and-run accident. That's interesting. He was born in 1972. His family began calling him B2 at a young age. It's typically short for Spanish names ending in Berto. Because of his speech impediment, he changed it to Beto. Oh, no, I'm just making that up. He's the son of Patrick Pat Francis O'Rourke and his second wife, Melissa Martha O'Rourke. Pat served the El Paso community first as commissioner, then as Texas plus blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Why am I reading this? Okay. The story behind O'Rourke's wealth goes back to when he met his wife, Amy, whose father was a billionaire real estate investor in El Paso. Ding, 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 ding. Wife's father, billionaire investor, yeah, in El Paso. Married into money. B2 O'Rourke. David, have you seen this? I've seen it now. Thank you. He's a rich boy who married into a billionaire family. Absolutely. All these Democrats are corporate suck-ups. Him especially. And I happen to like Ted Cruz, and I called that race. I want to add, that's how I'm more of a centrist than any of the Democrats. Yeah. I actually think Ted Cruz is one of the most intelligent constitutional experts in the country. I think we need to listen to him. His input is important. He has very measured words. I like that. Okay, taking another quick look at studies suggesting psychopathic traits are higher in Republicans than Democrats. This is a social topic we can bring up. Yeah, so I think this is possible. It turns out that Republicans don't really care about the homeless, generally speaking. So it's safe to say they have less empathy. I know Ted Cruz pulled out the win. I was quite impressed, Froggy. Ted Cruz is still hanging in there. I mean, he's got a very relevant mind. He's certainly somebody who should be a big part of our political scene. Much like Newt Gingrich, who's still out there. Newt Gingrich is actually perhaps one of the most vocal of the Republicans right now. All right, so here we go. New psychological research provides evidence that Republicans tend to have slightly more psychopathic personality traits compared to Democrats. Psychopathic traits with their associated empathy deficits appear relevant to the discussion of political attitudes and political candidates, wrote the authors of Personality and Individual Differences. For their study, the researchers surveyed 304 American adults using Amazon's Mechanical Turk. The participants completed measures of psychopathy, empathy, political beliefs, and political affiliation. The study was based on the triarchic conceptualization of psychopathy, or psychopathy to you, which breaks psychopathy down into three facets: boldness, meanness, and disinhibition. The researchers found that the psychopathic boldness and meanness tended to be higher in Republicans compared to Democrats. Disinhibition was not related to political affiliation. Interesting. Yeah, so the psychopathic boldness and meanness is higher in Republicans. So they're okay with the, letting the little immigrant children get missing. 2,400 kids are lost right now under Trump. They're okay with the idea that homeless people are out there. They don't have to work. They don't have to feed them either. Just drive by. For all we know, they could be driving over them with their limousines as they drive by, and it's a boom, boom. Oh, that was a bag person. Oh, well. People die fighting for democracy. People lie out there when they're homeless. Laura and I never did that. Yeah, I mean, if you feel your car is changing, like lifting over something, you need to actually stop and see if you ran over someone. It's important. It's the law. Stop for pedestrians who you run over. Well, I mean, Laura Bush, Laura had a very interesting experience. Many of you don't know Laura Bush actually ran over someone and killed them in a car. He was driving a Corvair. We did the Laura Bush interview the other night. It's pretty interesting. Many people didn't know that when George W. was running for office. Before your time. There are no videos of Republicans kicking pregnant women. I don't know. Are you sure? There's always a possibility David Soul was a Republican. Yeah, remember David Soul of Starsky and Hutch? You don't remember him? Yeah, he's a pretty nice guy. I mean, but he might have been a Republican, and he kicked a pregnant woman. His career went downhill after that. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really rebound much. I mean, he went from being a kind of a top-billed guy, big TV star, major TV star from Starsky and Hutch fame, to the guy he is today, in the opposite picture. But he's still kicking in there, man. He's in there working. Yeah. So, at least he's got a job. Some of us have to kind of look like him. Yeah, you know, there's a definite resemblance between the two of us. I can see that. Well, at least he's got soul, right? I know. Kind of freaky, isn't it? It is a little weird. Yeah, I feel like doing the Starsky and Hutch repeat, you know, maybe I could be Hutch. Well, good luck to you, David Soul. We love your music. Great music. Creepy, the similarity, yeah. Great music, too. I mean, he did sing a song. Very famous song. Was he in Magnum Force, too? I don't know. Maybe he was. I look like Mike Dundee, a wanker. Well, Mike Dundee, a wanker, is currently unavailable for search. Mick Dundee, you wanker. Hey, look like Mick Dundee, you wanker. I'll put the shrimp on the barbie. Yeah, I see. I have a similarity there. Yeah. A little different. There he is. Yeah, I kind of look like a little like Steve McQueen too. We are in my favorite wasteful subject is to talk about myself. Yeah, I love wasting time talking about myself. Hey, yeah, he's different face entirely. I'm having a hard time contorting my face into this position. Hey. 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 Yeah, that's because it's over here. It's down here and up. Yeah, I kind of see the similarity. Yeah. My eyes are wider than his, and he looks more like a rodent. Like a varmint out in the middle of nowhere. He's got that rodent look. That beady-eyed rodent look. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I not responding to chat? Dave, this happened to me at work tonight. What happened to you? Woo, chili in the trailer park.
Laugh at me, goddammit! Don't you laugh at me! Give my money back. Yes, you are. Me.
It goes to your debit card directly. It won't let us.
Yeah, and it's already out of my account, and I can show you that you've already taken my money. So you need to give me my cash. And if I end up on you, don't you laugh at me! Give my money back. Yes, you are. Me.
It goes to your debit card directly. It won't let us.
Yeah, and it's already out of my account, and I can show you that you've already taken my money. So you need to give me my cash. And if I end up on YouTube, I will personally sue your ass.
I'm just documenting it.
Give it back and give me my fucking receipt.
I'm not laughing, ma'am.
Yes, you are. You want me to show you on my phone that you are?
Please.
That you are what? Laughing? If we end up on YouTube, I will sue you.
I'm not putting it on YouTube.
No,
I'm
wait,
documenting.
if it ends up on Facebook. It's going to end up.
Well, I'm glad it's not ending up on YouTube or Facebook. Wow. Well, we can't play that. Yeah, I'm so sorry that happened. Yeah. What is going on in this video? I don't know. All I know is that I hope it doesn't end up on YouTube, but maybe it will. At least that portion. Here's the extreme Ennio Morricone Western guitar. Italio Beglati. He's a homeless guy who likes to sing. Let's listen in. Wow, that's a Western theme if I ever remembered one. Yeah, that's from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Wow, that was a good one. Well, I hope those women resolve their problem. Yeah, that sounds so violent, but it wasn't really violent. You know, it was just somebody upset about their credit card purchase or debit card. I don't shop. That's one way to avoid having to lose money at the register. And always pay in small bills, because then you won't get shortchanged. Word of wisdom to all of you. Just give them $1 at a time until you give enough. That way you don't need to know math. You had an Uber driver who had a little Later Days Saint sticker over his dashboard, and he said he owned and I own several guns, NRA sticker on the black. Well, that's a guy you don't want to mess with, man. That's an Uber. That's a guy who's over the top as an Uber guy. He's afraid of getting carjacked as an Uber driver. I mean, yeah, it happens. Well, I appreciate that link. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Yeah, there you go. Monetization. Do-do-do-do. The YouTube will charge monetization. Ta-da. So back to the ongoing discussion the Democrats are having about how they support a new world order and a global one world government. Now, I don't support that. Former president says progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights. Yeah, former President Barack Obama was filmed at the secretive Bilderberg conference saying ordinary Americans must surrender to the New World Order because they are too small-minded to govern their own affairs. Can you imagine this guy proselytizing the New World Order while he's a prostitute to the New World Order? The top secret speech, the Bilderberg conference, saw Obama describe the New World Order as an international order we have worked for generations to build. The former president then concluded that progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights to an all-powerful sovereign, the New World Order. So now I think many of you are beginning to understand what we're up against. And I'm asking Democrats and Republicans to realize that Donald Trump and Barack Obama have been bought and sold by these Zionists. And it's come down to that. They own both spy versus spy. I was thinking of that cartoon. Yeah, it's funny you should mention that. And I was thinking of that cartoon, Spy versus Spy, the other day. One of the least favorite cartoons that ever happened in the history of cartoons. But everyone always used to wonder, they used to wonder what this stuff was. And they saw these people, these two spies, veritable, it's just weird. In historic terms, it's the strangest cartoon I've ever seen. It's disgusting, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. Now you know why. I'm beginning to think it's a plot to turn us all into brain-dead idiots, because we look at this stuff and go, huh? Why am I looking at this? It's like, so we're watching some guy blow somebody up the bomb. Lands on his head, and then he blows up in the tree. Funny stuff. Mad did Spy vs. Spy, and Mad was very popular, you know, for that series, but I just never found it funny. It's for kids. I just didn't... Is it okay if I just reminisce? Is that all right? I'm trying to waste my time here on Wasteful Wednesday. David, when my Uber driver farted and wouldn't roll the window down, I tried to call, but Uber has no numbers to call. You're saying that Uber doesn't have an on-call response to excessive farting from their drivers? Like a complaint call, dial-up? Hi, thanks for calling. We're sorry you have to breathe this terrible flatulence, but some of our drivers have extreme gas. It's partly due to their diet. Beans and rice can do that. So if you tip your Uber driver, maybe next time he won't be farting in your face. I'm just suggesting, theoretically. Yeah, I don't think that's a common problem. You know, why are you taking Uber anyway? What about taxis? What about shuttles to where you want to go? I mean, gosh, surely Ubers can't possibly be less expensive than a shuttle. And why would you want some guy who's working for next to nothing drive you around in a car that's probably not even insured? I mean, hello? You ask your Uber driver, are you insured, dude? No. I'll like, for sure I'm not, yes. Oh, yes, sure. No, you check your insurance and you will find that a lot of insurance companies do not cover Uber. And it's not the first time, it's common. Even if you're driving, your insurance company does not cover Uber. So say you get in a car and somebody's driving at the helm like this guy.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Not exactly the essence of responsible, you know? So we may want to rethink that one a little bit when you get into that Uber car. I had a friend, I should say I have a friend, he thinks I'm still his friend. But he actually said, I was like parked down the street from his house, and he said, dude, just take an Uber up to my house, because I don't have any parking in front of my house because it's so hard to get up. And I'm going, this is the deal, man. I'm not going to visit you if I can't drive my luxury vehicle to the top to your house. I'm not going to get in some sleazy Uber ride and drive up to your house in an Uber ride with some guy driving. I don't know where this guy is. I don't know. You know, come on. I'm not going to waste my time doing that. Plus, I'm putting myself at risk, for one. Just getting in the guy's car. Dave, you are the father. No, I'm not. Well, he's still my friend, yeah, but, I mean, it's hard to be friends with a guy who doesn't have a parking space in front of his house. I mean, seriously. What the hell's going on with that? The guy lives in a really posh area overlooking the city of LA. Yeah, Albinetti can still try to be president once he gets past a mandatory 1 year in jail for domestic violence in California. Then he might get out of the Class C felony of receiving $470,000 from crowdfunding sources, which is totally illegal to run for president. If he was the only man on earth, I'd become asexual, like Misanthropy's friend. Yes, it's so true. Many of you homosexuals are becoming asexual. Well, I'm not going to take an Uber, if that's what you're saying. Ha 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 ha. I would normally have my driver take myself and my entourage to this location, but there's no parking in front of his palatial retreat. So I suggested perhaps I should just rent a banquet room in the area. We could meet down there. I mean, certainly it's only about 15 grand to rent a banquet room in the area. All right. We need a few good laughs after this voracious nightmare. We've got a clip here from Stan Lee and Hillary Clinton.
Watch our free.
Oh, sorry. It was an info war. They tried to trick me. Forget that. Not going to do it. This is what I wanted to talk about. Many of you don't know a lot about China. And I think this is one of the best video tutorials of learning about China while we talk. And finding about the history of Xi Jinping and how he became as big as Mao Zedong in Chinese history. Yeah, so I'm going to play this for you with the sound off. I'm muting the site. Well, now we get to learn. Watch and learn. I know you don't want to know about China. I just want you to know about China. Yes. Okay, learning about China. Waiting for CNN to queue up. Okay, his power grab has been as successful as it was swift, and yet few would have predicted President Xi Jinping's ascension. Now, without question, the most powerful Chinese ruler in decades. He's now mentioned in the same breath as the man right behind him, Chairman Mao Zedong, the founder of the Communist China. And yet, in an odd twist, Xi's younger years were defined by Mao's persecution of his family. Xi's father, Xi Jinping, fought alongside Mao during the Communist Revolution and became a prominent politician. But later Mao arrested and jailed the older Xi multiple times, including during the tumultuous Cultural Revolution in the 1960s and 70s. Like millions of youth from bigger cities, Xi himself was sent to the countryside for, quote, re-education under Mao's orders. He ended up in Liangjie, a small village. He spent 7 years there, but instead of destroying his faith in the system, his time here was only reinforced his belief in the need for the Communist Party's absolute power. He rose through the political ranks starting in the 1980s, wisely choosing positions that would burnish his everyman credentials. But since he took power in the late 2012, a propaganda blitz has been building a cult of personality around him, including turning his former village home into a presidential shrine and a theme park. Xi has also put himself in charge of all major policies, from the economy to cybersecurity to foreign relations, all while running a ruthless but popular anti-corruption campaign. The Chinese government says has netted more than 1 million officials since 2013. Xi's consolidation of power reached new heights when he was anointed as the core leader of the ruling Communist Party, then he re-elected as its leader in October 2017, while having, quote, Xi Jinping thought written into the party's constitution. Only Mao before him had ever achieved such an honor. All right, so just to give you a background, Xi Jinping he's very popular among his people. And we have to at least acknowledge that. And Trump has done a very interesting thing. He's done open trade deals have gone bad with China. Trade tariffs have been pushed, and it's resulted in a bad feeling toward him. And it's ironic that all the while Xi Jinping is giving trademarks to Donald Trump and Ivanka for all kinds of trademarks that they've applied for, 38 trademarks for companies like Trump Escort Service, a whole line of clothing for her. And she's not even working now as a clothing designer. She's certainly given up that entire field. So what has happened is Trump has put, yes, it is a real word. Trump has put his own business ahead of our trade deals with China. He's pushed for leverage against Xi Jinping so that he would be forced to trade with him for the Trump trade enterprise that he's offering right now. I just think doing conflict of interest things like that is hurting our country big time. We don't need to have Trump doing personal business on the side while we're trying to negotiate trade deals for our farmers. Basically, soybeans, sorghum, these people had a big drop. It cost our country $12 billion when the sorghum farmers and the soybean farmers were all affected by the Chinese tariff. Burnish, polish something especially metal by rubbing. the shine on a highly polished surface, or in relation to him, it's just his permanency in the country's history. Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little history on China so that we could at least move on. I think I have an article on China now I want to bring up. China. Okay, here comes the article. Now, in lieu of all of this, and the fact that he's gotten rid of 1 million people who have been corrupt, his history is now extending to the actual Marxists that made the country great. Interesting. Young Marxists are going missing in China after protesting for the workers. So here's a man who's holding up an oligarchical structure of corporate control, claiming he's going after corporations and corruption, and at the same time stifling the workers that are trying to get honesty back into his government. So you can see he's walking a very fine line between being communist and being capitalist in the eyes of his people. Yeah, so this is a really interesting break point for a communist nation to actually arrest the young Marxists. Irony, isn't it? Yeah, I thought I'd bring that up. Thank you so much for sharing this special moment with me. Whatever. Why am I going to ban Froggy? What has he done here? We have more information on Michael Avenatti, now arrested by his former wife. She's charged him with domestic violence. We have something to look at here. Let's take a look.
Succinct. First of all, I'm going to make this very brief and very succinct. First of all, I want to thank the hardworking men and women of the LAPD for their professionalism and their work today. They had no option in light of the allegations. Secondly, I have never struck a woman. I never will strike a woman. I have been an advocate for women's rights my entire career, and I'm going to continue to be an advocate. I am not going to be intimidated from stopping what I am doing. I am a father to 2 beautiful, smart daughters. I would never disrespect them by touching a woman inappropriately or striking a woman. I am looking forward to a full investigation, at which point I am confident that I will be fully exonerated. I also want to thank everyone for their support that has reached out. You know my character, you know me as a man, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I know him as a man?
I'm going to make this very...
Wait a second. So this guy's not a transgender? Is that right? We know him as a man. All right. Good to know. And we know him as a man. So we know him as definitely he's not a tranny. Paradise is burning hashtag. Really? Again, still? We should talk about that. You're going to put on makeup? Fishwear? Why? Then you have to take it off and you have to put that weird stuff in your face. Don't do that. Your skin won't like it. Yeah, no need to dress up for bedtime. Well, Avenatti is, yeah, he's... Hang on a second. Right, we got his story, but okay, but Avenatti slammed the allegations completely bogus and fabricated and meant to do harm to my reputation. He's out on $50,000 bail. Thank you, I'm back now. And released for about 4 hours after he was arrested Wednesday. Okay. Yeah. Well, he's on record saying something very damning when he was yelling at her, saying, she hit me first. Quote, she hit me first, unquote. And he said that's a whatever. Yeah, I don't want to spread rumors here, but let's face it, if he already said that and it's in the historic record, how can he not have hit her? I'm having a problem with this. Yeah. Let me look under Avenatti. No, nothing. We'll let this play out. Let's move on. Yeah. If he's going to stand vindicated of his actions and he's on record saying she hit him first, that implies he hit her. Hey, we got fooled yesterday in our show. We had this picture of some property in Malibu on the beach that was burned up. And it turns out it was part of a scene of a movie set that was taken in October. Yeah, so it was not part of the fire burned on the beach. This was all part of a set. So I misreported it, but we didn't know at the time. We were wondering why a helicopter was down from the fires. That was not reported correctly. And this story is verified by onset-hollywood.com. And here is the link that Scissor Fight has. Satan's credit card. Wow. I wonder what that is. Well, let's be clear. Warning.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Today's show, I wanted to do a follow-up video on the man who accepted the microchip in his hand, the RFID microchip, who made the first ever, quote unquote, I'm sure it's been done elsewhere and tested at least, but publicly in America, he's gone out as the first man to be able to purchase food at a restaurant using his hand, and he's so excited. Whoop.
Okay, RFID chipping coming up tonight. The use of RFID chipping. They say that 1/4 of our population is willing to actually get chipped. Yes. I didn't know that Mark was involved with his Uncle Putin. Is Mark his Uncle Putin? Is that right? All right, I didn't know that. So Mark's uncle is Vladimir Putin? That explains a lot about this network, really? Wow, did you know that, Scissor Fight? Wow, I didn't know that. True story. Wow, so Mark Vaughn is the nephew of Vladimir Putin. This is fantastic. I'm sure the FBI wants to know that in their investigation. Yeah, they should alert our FBI watchers. Take note of that. Investigate that, Mr. FBI watcher. Yeah, they watch our shows nightly. David, look at my link at a 30-minute video of a boring woman talking at a country board meeting. Why would I do that? Why do I want to look at a boring country meeting? And Verbatim has a link. Thank you. Cyber Goth Dance Party. Right, that's really important here. Okay, let's watch the news in Northern California of what's going on. Plan to burn up Northern California disclosed. Let's see this.
I say that because there is a very significant YouTube there on Stop the Crime. And one of the reasons why I was not here for 2.5 years. I used to be a regular attendee here.
Oh, that's Traveris, man. Yeah, she's always going to talk about that. Yeah, that's she's stopthecrime.net. I will play that tonight. It could be boring, but she's really done a lot to reveal the dangers of the 5G network, and they're trying to blame this entire fire up and down California on PG&E, claiming that they had some serious anomalies in their electric grid. I think that's a cover story to cover the directed energy weapons. It's Dave, not Dan. Trump said he's going to get back at the Mark is Herman Munster's relative too? Wow, interesting. We're getting a lot of solid information about Mark.
But Pacific Gas and Electric was intercepted with a download of documents professing the fact that they were going to be using directed energy weapons satellite-based on Sonoma County. That has been up on YouTube with a plan to burn up Northern California.
Right.
We discovered that Pacific.
People have been talking about this, and Deborah Tavares is one of them. Thank you. We'll play this video. It's 32 minutes late tonight on our show. Thank you, Misanthropy got that to us. Thank you. Zitterbeard. All right. I can't explain how serious these things are RFID chipping of our population, spraying of our population with chemtrails, ongoing problems like that, and this radiation linked to the 5G network. I mean, we talked about the laser planes they're using. This is an actual laser beam delivered directed energy weapon plane that Lockheed Martin brags about. And it's not something we want to just ignore, because if we do, we're kind of like ignoring the reality that they've got this ability. All right. I'm concerned because, frankly, if we don't address these issues, like Raz was talking about earlier, the Fukushima radiation, the leak in the ocean, it's terrible. They're literally blowing massive swimming pools, 7 swimming pools full of water, radiated water, is leaching into the ocean every day, on average. Okay, you've got actual screen cap of Mark and Putin together. Nice. It looks like a paste up to me. Yeah, I don't believe it. You got to be a little bit better at pasting up there, dude. Yeah, I mean, I would love to show it. But I'd rather show, you know, a goth dance party in the streets. Okay. The youth are finding out who they are and learning how to dance and choreograph their actions. I saw this like 10 years ago, and I'm seeing it again for the next time. Unmute it. Okay. Wow, so that's really, you see, you missed out on your youth. Wow, look at that face. She's really tripped. I think she might be one of those women who are in the rave parties that are on like some sort of a altered substance, you think? That's pretty wild, man. That's up there with the Lady Gaga pictures of her eyes floating around. That's messed up, yeah. GMO potato chips will do that. Well, let's get on to Fukushima, shall we? Because I think we need to talk about that. Raz has been waiting patiently to get into this conversation, and we don't want to miss out on at least presenting the solution to the Fukushima crisis. Right. This idea was something I presented about 8 years ago when the problem occurred. Go ahead. Yes, hello. How can I help you? You are on the air with me.
Hi, I have a recommendation for the show.
Go ahead. What is your recommendation?
Well, I was looking for you to take a look at Zetterbeard. You are a guy. He's been here for years and he's a true supporter. And then I want you to look on iBlog at Raz Nation. He's an alcoholic, and he's a malicious alcoholic. He's downing malt liquor, David, malt liquor on a Wednesday night, okay?
He's
an alcoholic, and he's a malicious user, and he's trying to deplatform your show.
Well, I want to talk about Fukushima, and I could bring Zetterbeard in.
Go ahead.
Well, I think we've got a problem. It's leaking out of control. We got 78 viewers at iBlog. Zetterbeard is token up on his nicotine-based, enjoying his smoke, and we're all concerned about the Fukushima problem. I'd like to cap the Fukushima Bay Area with a big, huge aircraft carrier or something. I'd like to block that radiation from coming into this entire country.
David,
yeah.
The whole ocean already is radiated.
That's not good.
I'm convinced that Raz Nation is only talking about this because he wants to derail your show.
I disagree. No, he's totally no. You're trying to derail my show.
On a Wednesday night,
You're trying to derail my show. That phone call's derailing my show. Trying to make up a big thing about Raz Nation. Raz Nation's just bringing up the obvious. We need to talk about, this problem. Radiation dripping in the ocean is ongoing. We're not doing anything to solve it. This blocks the leak in the bay. It's still a problem. That's right. And Raz Nation was on topic. You're trying to mess with our show just calling in and bothering me about Raz Nation. And Zetterbeard's in here. He's hanging out. So I don't know what the heck's wrong with that. I have a more developed idea. I'd like to cap the entire the reactors themselves with large mountains of dirt. In fact, we could build a U-shaped area to divert the water away from the entire reactor facility, which they haven't done yet, and resolve the problem completely by diverting the water and creating a solution. The reactors are still pretty much in disrepair, but they've built buildings around them. This is the early stages of the meltdown core reactor number 1. But there's 6 reactors there. They're still leaching water, corium, contaminated with corium, into the ocean. Make no mistake about it. Well, make no mistake about it. Well, make no mistake about it. It's still drifting right into our face. Yeah, look at this massive flow of radiation this is an animation of what hypothetically is going on. And many of you people are just so drugged up and malt liquored up that you don't care. But Raz Nation, he came up with something, and he can still drink malt liquor and talk about this stuff. Yeah. There's all kinds of doomsday scenarios, but this could be heating up the ocean as well. Now here's a concept that we have of building a mountain of dirt on top of this. Now this concept is very simple, really. We build a U-shaped, I'm surprised they haven't done this. We build a U-shaped area around the outside, digging in water, completely diverting from any runoff from the Mount Fukushima area, which is about a 5% grade. And this huge moat, if you will, completely sends water outside of the bay area. So this bay area, in this area, becomes a trap for radiation, especially if we block the edge of it. And all the dirt that we pull out of there using robotic vehicles could build these mounds. Now this is just one of the mountains. We could have 4 or 5 of these mountains. And every mountain could theoretically have a tunnel inside to the core where robotic vehicles can come out, draw corium up, and put it in a reactor, a fast breeder reactor that gets rid of it. We can slowly turn this entire facility into a large, massive breeder reactor, slowly getting rid of all the radiation in the world. We're not going to ban that guy. No, he's got some solid... a lot of people are waiting for that moment in life to really seize that idea. And, if he brings up an idea like the radiation dripping into our ocean, that's an important issue. It's definitely on topic. Thank you, Raz Nation. Yeah, definitely. At least he gets a screen appearance and he can just, show your face that, even a guy can sit there and talk and sit there in his executive $500 gaming chair and enjoy the show. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay? You, sir, are interrupting the show by coming out attacking that man. Thank you. Okay. Dave, will you help the gay migrants? I didn't know there were gay migrants. Yeah, maybe there are typically 5% are deviant in a population of normative migrants. Lucky for me, I can't get that link. And we don't really cater to LGBTQ, AP. Lefedoris, it's really wrong for you to characterize us that way because I don't support drinking at all in the show. But if you're going to have free will, and I'm not going to keep you from doing what you're going to do, my important thing is I support individual freedom. I don't want anyone to be banned because they're drinking or something on the show or smoking a little doobie. Yeah. Misanthropy, we're listening to everything you say. He says, I must have the channel on ignore. No, tunneling beneath it and detonating a large nuclear weapon would only spread it all around the world. That's the most foolish idea I've ever heard. That's almost as bad as when I said we should use a tactical nuke against the Fukushima reactor and cover it with dirt using tactical nukes. That's as bad as my idea, Ghost. That was a bad idea. But, you know, ironically, Fukushima is such a dump that they want to create a dump out of it. You have been removed from the show. It is illegal to spam in this show. You have been removed. You are hereby cleared of chat. No, I never got an apology for DDoSing my channel. No, I never did. Mark and Miss Scruffy and Mr. Scruffy all say that they've never done anything wrong. They're sticking with their story. Yes, they have reached the border of misanthropy. Yes, they are gathering and doing a traditional dance from their neighboring facility. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. What's your question, Ed? Whatever your name is. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. How may I help you? How may I provide? Oh, no. How may I provide most excrement service? How may I provide most excrement service? So we never did get an apology because he denies it completely. Yeah, it's kind of hard to apologize for, you know, when somebody's in denial. I don't know. We showed you earlier, the CNN had coverage of the protests at the wall. I think I can bring that up to you. No call now. No call now. No call now. Remember Miss Swan and Mad TV? No call. Hey, speaking of bullhead type of attorney generals that have no clue as to what's happening, Trump might as well put WWE Mountain Mike into the role of attorney general. Instead, he's got Matthew Whitaker, the enforcer. He's going to make sure that Mr. Mueller is not going to be acting in accordance with the law. Can you believe this guy? He actually said on TV before he was appointed this job, without even clearing it with Congress, Trump has appointed this guy to this position. He actually said that he was going to underfund Mueller as he investigates and that there is no Russian collusion. He's already decided. Can you believe this? Show UFO that made headlines this week. Are you talking about the one in Ireland? Because there's been a few UFO sightings, but I don't know which one. UFO sightings are down 58%, by the way. Since the 1960s. They're significantly down. So that's a good sign. Let's take a look. Here it is, November 13th, 2018. Pilots report seeing a very fast UFO above Ireland. Let's go to the nearest news source to grab this info. Jeez, this has been all night with this browser. I'm thinking of getting a larger everything. Okay, here we go. The view from the airplane window just got a little bit weirder, or at least it did over Ireland. Several airborne sightings of at least one very bright, unidentified flying object were seen last Friday, according to air traffic control audio logs. Chatter between airline pilots and Irish air traffic control focusing briefly on the sightings, with at least 4 aviators confirming that they'd seen the phenomenon. The exchange began when one pilot asked Shannon Air Traffic Control if there was nearby military activity. When the air traffic controller replied in the negative, the pilot said that she had seen something moving so fast. It came up out of our left side, rapidly veering to the north. We saw a bright light and it just disappeared at a very high speed. We were just wondering. We didn't think it was likely a collision course, just wondering what it could be. A pilot on Virgin Flight 76 added that his flight crew had seen 2 bright lights at 11 o'clock. Which seemed to bank over to the right and then climb away at speed. Well, you know, I'd like to get a little video of this, so that's always nice, you know, when we're talking about something. I don't have anything. Yeah, and they don't have any video for you now. New USA recon plane. Send the caravan to Malibu. Oh, for sure. Everyone could like hang out and point dim and like help people with their problems, like fixing up and cleaning up. It'd be better than Home Depot a lot for collecting illegal immigrants. That's what people really use, a lot of those illegals at Home Depot. When they bring them to their house, they do a lot of work. Oh, yeah. You were listening on UHF International. Is it true you almost accepting alcoholics? No, we don't encourage Melco, and we don't encourage drinking on the show, Zena. No. I've always been kind of an anti-drinking person.
Hi, everybody. It is.
But I don't want to stifle people's free speech, too, and I certainly want people to enjoy themselves in the show. So I do not endorse drinking, though. I don't encourage Raz. No, I just took his one issue on Fukushima. Could you be less of a problem? Thank you. And Never Lose Truth has a story here. 23 minutes on Pelosi. Fire exploded. Right military officers admit chemtrails incendiary. And Naomi Wolf got WM proof.
November 14, 2018. Let's start this video listening to our fabulous Nancy Pelosi. Take it away, Nancy.
Take it away, Nancy.
First of all, I want to extend my sympathy to the people who have lost their lives. This is really so tragic, and we've had experience with terrible fires before, and I know we have to do something. Of course, it relates to a lot of things. I mean,
a lot of things, huh? And she smiles.
Yeah. I love listening to Never Lose Truth. It's like the mother you don't have. You know? Well, you don't have a mother. Sorry. My mother died, so. Looking for that mother figure in your life. Yeah, Raz turned to a porno star. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, let's talk about Matthew Whitaker. His hands are tied. He's basically unable to do anything. But he had, yeah. Their argument was that Mueller was a principled officer because he's exercising significant law enforcement authority, and that since he has not been confirmed by the Senate, his appointment was unconstitutional. Mueller. I would argue that this appointment right here, Whitaker, is unconstitutional by the same token, by the same argument that they're saying that Mueller is unconstitutional. This guy's unconstitutional. Yeah, one negates the other. And here's a video about coal fly ash sprayed by weaponized Kalita Air Force geoengineering program. Wow.
There's not a mythical shadow. That is some coal fly ash there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely coal fly ash. They're dumping coal fly ash in our skies. And I came upon this idea that back in the day they were using the Future Gen project to sequester carbon. Remember that? Millions of dollars went into the Future Gen project. Well, it's very likely they were just putting it in canisters ready to dump on our heads. So we'll be looking at that with Mike Decker. He's taking pictures every day, man. He's like got chemtrails in his skies all over the place in Wyoming. Pretty serious. We got the RFID one there too. That's coming up straight up early. And retrospect, Christine Lenoinen. We talked about the false flag at Thousand Hoax and how she's popped up in almost every video. Yeah, she's playing the mother of all these dead people.
Anguished mother there talking about her son.
In Las Vegas with one of his friends at the camp. They told me they didn't come home last night. And I don't want prayers. I don't want thoughts. I want gun control. And
yeah, it's definitely her in both locations. So the government's clearly lying to us. Clearly. I can see clearly now the government's lying. I can see all obstacles in my way. Hey, there's Zitterbeard, and he's hanging out. There he is. You know, it's good to have live people in the show. We had Robuscules earlier, and he was saying some pretty weird stuff. And Zetterbeard's never been strange. He's pretty much straight up. Very good, honest guy, and giving us good support here in our show. A lot of people have been wondering how I could even do a show. You know, it's been going on 10 years now. And the answer is I am actually powered up by something greater than energy. I would love to get new videos, but unfortunately we have to watch the same ones over and over again. Hey, I didn't report this, but you know, Amazon isn't that big of a deal. Alibaba has posted the highest single record sales of any sales retail online in a day. They recorded a $30.8 billion sales day. New singles day record for Alibaba. It makes Jeff Bezos look like a, you know, small fry, small potato kind of guy. Yeah, that's another one down the drain. Okay.
You gotta understand what's going on here.
I do.
You see, it was now going on 10 years after that Big Mike put his book out, saying that, well, we didn't have the children naturally through my birth canal.
Oh,
we
yeah.
had IVF, in vitro
fertilization.
Do you say it?
Well, I'll say it for you. It's in vitro fertilization. Yeah, Michelle the dude is actually going on, he's publicly claiming that he's a woman who had in vitro fertilization, even though it's clearly obvious he has a penis. And I wish this person would have come forth and opened up the truth and made transgenderism more mainstream, and didn't do that and pretended to be our first lady married to a homosexual named Barack Obama. I kind of feel bad that a lot of people who are transgenders are not getting what they want. You know, some clarity, some leadership. Let me see if I have a video here of this. Nope, that's not it. Do you see what I see?
You gotta understand what's going on here.
I do have to understand this. I remember what happened.
Check.
Okay. Well, there's no XXX footage of it. We have a video which we just pulled up of something that was sent to me about Michelle. A different angle of the dangle. Let me see if I have it in my library. Yeah, there's something where she's actually grabbing her penis and walking out a door, and yeah, dang, I don't have it. Michelle. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm going to take a close-up of this video. I normally play the other one with Joan Rivers, but
Let me see.
I'm going to do this instead. Okay, he's coming out of this location into the Secret Service car, and he's grabbing something, and you get closer and closer in this picture. See that? You see it there in two different locations in the picture. It looks like he's adjusting his genitals. So he's definitely grabbing something of some importance. See that? So that's another example of Michelle being a dude. Staring at Michelle's crotch. Yeah, that's what I do on Wednesdays. It's a waste of time, okay? Is that okay if I waste my time staring at... Yeah, I just want you to know that the dude is a dude. The dude looks like a lady. It's no phone, that's right. Hi! Christine Lenoinen caught at 4 events, everybody. Scissor Fight has the story. Thank you, Scissor Fight, for getting that up. Following video created by Winky Mouse may not represent the opinions of the owners and staff of 153news.net. Oh, wait a second. Dr. Colostomy's here. You're an expert on people's genital transfer of sexual... Are you a genital reassignment surgeon, Dr. Colostomy? Because I understand some of those require colostomies. Yeah, we were wondering about where... We need an expert to talk about gender reassignment surgery. You are a gender reassignment doctor? Excellent. We have a gender reassignment doctor in the show. Any of you who are trying to have your genders reassigned and are working at like Starbucks, because you really know that they're going to pay for your gender reassignment surgery. Starbucks announced that they're going to do all gender reassignment surgeries are covered for all their employees. Isn't that amazing? So you're saying the anal sex organ needs no reassignment? Right. I've never heard a person trying to install an anus in their body. That's the first. I've heard you could grow a lot of buttholes all over yourself and crap all over yourself, but that's just an old joke. Well, thank you, Dr. Colostomy, for your intelligent input on anal reassignment surgery. Yeah. Well, this looks good. Christine Lenoinen is caught at 4 separate events that have been lies put out by our government that people are really, they believe these things are real, and they listen to these people, and then all of a sudden you think, well, gosh, maybe we should have gun control. Oh, golly, oh.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we got full screen Fort Lauderdale airport shooting. I didn't know she was there at that location. This is kind of cool. It's amazing. In all of the 50 separate attacks we've had on our country in the past 10 years, and the government says there's a lot more than that. I know. I never let Awesome Carl slip away. Awesome Carl comes in here all the time and he says, "Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl." How are you, Awesome Carl? Oh, pretty good. He comes in here all the time. Yeah. Some of you have seen a sighting of Miley Cyrus in your neighborhood. She lost her house, believe it or not. Along with Neil Young. Lost big fires in your area. I know. Thank you. Now, Dr. Colostomy says the children need to have their gender reassignment protected until they're forced to recount their immigrant absentee votes. That's confusing, Dr. Colostomy. You're talking about two different things. Transgender reassignment surgery and the immigrant absentee votes. Actually, 3 different things. I'll tell you, I got no respect. Take my wife, for instance, for example. Better yet, take her. David, I heard that I did not. No. We're not allowing your nonsense. If you want to stay in the show, we will mute you. Okay? I'm purging you, but if you keep this nonsense up, I'm not encouraging alcoholism here. The fact that people have free will and they drink, that's their thing. I respect free will. I respect individuality. I don't care what you're doing. David, your Tim Gunn impression, please. Okay, everybody. Let's get ready for Project Runway. Check out the designer shoe rack for accessories. Let's just make it work, people. I'm looking forward to the 2088 election. At that time, I will be 128 years old, and I think I'll be in my prime. Right now, I'm in my early stages of development. My primary focus is developing the core of our party and our platform. Run, 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 run! Thousands of tons of freshwater carp turn up dead in Iraq's Euphrates River. More death and destruction tonight on Wasteful Wednesday. We are looking at the death of our planet, folks. And the Republicans and Democrats don't give a shit about shit. That's right. I said the S word.
Okay, today is November the 14th, 2018, and right now at 11:30 a.m., we have a temperature of 70 degrees here in the foothills. The relative humidity is around 14%. Very dry.
Jesus, 14%. It's drying up in California. Or shall I say California? Yeah. The home of the governor. This is serious weather modification going on. Thanks for the giant front yielding zero rain in California. Whoever said it doesn't rain in California, they just don't know. Girl, it pours. Boy, does it pour. Okay, here's an image of the carp that are dying in the Euphrates. This is Wednesday. We feature the death and destruction of the planet. It's wonderful. You should come by sometime. Thousands, Iraqi officials are trying to determine what caused thousands of tons of freshwater carp to wash up dead in the Euphrates River. You can't even use them. They're going to turn them into cat food. Along the Iraqi banks of the Euphrates, one question dominates the conversation: what killed the fish?
Jobs, a year's worth of work wasted. State media say additional tests are being conducted outside the country.
Wow. Thanks for that link. More depression, more sadness. And I'm already 14 minutes over time. Isn't it amazing how we do all of these great shows? And I seem to have so much momentum, I just keep doing it. Live it large, buddy. Live it large. Live it large, man. The Earth is in a death spiral. It will take radical action to save us. Guardian. I'm sorry, that page is not available. Well, you do. You do have a healthy hairline. I diagnose you with lack of life. Sorry, but there's no cure. You are hereby diagnosed with lack of life. Yes, you have my show to come to every day. Rain or shine, I am here. Well, this has been an amazing foray into how to talk so fast, so long, that I completely blew off the end of the show. Studies suggest psychopathic traits in higher Republicans than Democrats. So some of you who are know your Republican friends, they're psychopaths, based on this article. Yes. I was wondering about that, yeah. Dr. Closby says, if it doesn't rain in California, then where does all the urine come from? Well, Dr. Closby, they have water aquifers called Pyramid Lake. That creates the water that goes into the mouths of the people that then urinate it out. So primarily most of the urine in LA is coming from Pyramid Lake. Next question, Dr. Closby, or do you want to beg off for tonight? Trump is 210. Plus, he's got that Illuminati glare going on where he's sucked up to the Zionists that control the world. Have you seen his pictures with the one-eyed thing? The one-eyed Trump? Oh, that's scary stuff. Sometimes he wears the hat in such a way that he has just one eye, and people say that's Illuminati symbolism. Ooh. Hey, wow, they completely blocked any pictures of one-eyed Trump. Interesting. MAGA hat, maybe that would work. It's weird. Yeah, it's so popular. You'd think it'd pop right up, but it's gone. It's been scrubbed from the internet. And then I understand there's a brand new plan in North Korea. They liked Trump's plan so much. And it's not even Trump's plan. Make America Great was Ronald Reagan's plan. Well, just make America great. But now Kim Jong-un is make North Korea great again. Ha 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 ha. He's taking his lead from mobster like Trump. Yes. Hey, here's a very strong group of Americans who really understand what it's all about being American. And they say, they put their thing up and they say a sign says, respect our country, speak English. Now there is a slight typo error in the word our country. It don't be spelled that way. But that's okay. They are American and we know that for sure. Speak American. Well, I don't know. Trump is no Reagan because Ronald Reagan had advanced Alzheimer's and Trump has megalomaniacal, narcissistic, malignant narcissism. I don't believe that's Alzheimer's. Malignant narcissism is not Alzheimer's. All right, I think we're done with that. And that, and that, and that. And Michael Avenatti is still the top story, but we really have a fire to talk about. Tomorrow we'll be bringing in the death toll, 48 and counting, in this massive fire in California. Terrible. Oh. All right, and we did the first AI presenter, Al Sharpton, my man, and we found out that B2 O'Rourke made a lot of money from his, right, from his wife's father. Yep. Yeah, this story came up in the show tonight. We were trying to figure out why B2 had so much money that they donated money to the caravan that's coming up to jump over the border fence. And it turns out the story behind O'Rourke's wealth goes back to when he met his wife, his wife Amy, whose father was a billionaire real estate investor in El Paso. So he's coming from his money. He grew up rich, and his wife grew up as a billionaire. Yes. There you have it. The limousine liberals trying to keep creeping into our government while we need a real centrist political movement to stop these people. The tax and spend liberals and the extreme right-wing Trump tards. MMR vaccine insert. 42 paragraphs and precautions and adverse reactions stating that it's not safe nor effective. Measles is at the top of the list of adverse reactions when you get an MMR vaccine. Wow. Talk about an eye-opener. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Amazing. But this just came in the news, and I'm going to repeat it. Michael Avenatti is saying he denies having Eddie ever hit a woman, even though he said that he's overheard saying, "You hit me first," to the woman that he allegedly hit, his ex-wife. Now he's denying having ever said anything, and he's reversing his testimony. Even though his first statement was not on the record, he was overheard saying, "You hit me first," and then a few expletives.
Very brief and very succinct. First of all, I want to thank the hardworking men and women of the LAPD for their professionalism and their work today. They had no option in light of the allegations. Secondly, I have never struck a woman. I never will strike a woman. I have been an advocate for women's rights my entire career, and I'm going to continue to be an advocate. I am not going to be intimidated from stopping what I am doing.
What are you doing? Because he was overheard saying, "She hit me first," and then F this, F that. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for coming in. As you know, this is an ongoing daily show, going all the way into the evening, 2 in the morning. We have videos and things we'll be bringing you. We'll be talking about waste tonight. sometimes we bring up the environmental catastrophes going on around the world, so it can get a little bit disturbing. Well, I want everyone to know that this is not going to be that one show where I don't play Mr. Right. So here it is, signing off, Mr. Right. Thank you.
Make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat.